we expect an organism to be a kind of a gooey thing with blood, flesh, and wrinkles and so on. So if you looked only through the microscope, you wouldn't see the organism. But when we look out at the rest of the universe, we are, as it were, sitting down on one of those electrons, looking through a microscope at the rest of it. And therefore we don't see the sort of total design it makes up. That's much too far away from our conscious inspection. And this is one of the reasons then why it's difficult for us to formulate the idea that there is an intelligence operating here. Because all we see is a firework display, this tremendous display of radioactive mud and gas. And one would say, well, it's just a kind of a contraption that happened to arrive there, and that's all there is to it. But the funny thing about man is that he can put himself down and say that he is an accident.
I thought that was what I'm trying to do, to be real.
Chemical accident.
So to be real, the 25th Amendment is not going to happen.
Yeah, there's no indication that's going to happen. And then
So to be real, Congress should come back to us. That could happen.
Start impeaching. The universe does not give a damn about it. Yet the odd thing is that this wretched little chemical thing can reflect an image of the whole cosmos in its vastness inside its head, and can know he's there. And that means, though, that this thing, however small in dimensions, is vast in comprehension. And what scale are you going to attach the word important? Mere size or degree of comprehension? That means, though, that by that scale. So then, if the principle is simply that if we can see from a perfectly physical point of view, what we would call a strictly scientific point of view, that the individual organism goes with its environment in just the same way as bees go with flowers, and flowers in their turn go with
I'm only one person amongst a billion. To think that I'm the only one person.
And so on, all the way through. Then, when you want to define yourself, you cannot say that I am just what is inside the skin. Because what is inside the skin goes with everything outside it, and constitutes a single, complex field of diversified behaviors, diversified processes. You look at that then from a strictly physical point of view, and there it is, this network. But then the trouble comes up is, you say when you've studied that, and you've read all the books on ecology and botany and zoology, astronomy and so on, you say, yes, I see that. That's quite true, theoretically. But I would like to be able to feel that this is so, as mystics report that they have felt it. To have that kind of experience in which the network is absolutely clear. Because you see, if we don't take it that far, if we know about it theoretically only, the theoretical knowledge is not going to have much effect on what we do. But knowledge of a more emotionally compelling nature will indeed affect the way we act with respect to our environment, and may, in fact, prevent us from destroying our environment, as we are now very busily doing. It's interesting that the Congress of the United States recently passed an act making it a very serious offense to burn the American flag. And they passed this act with many patriotic speeches and rhetoric and much reciting of poems. This is the most fantastic example of American confusion between symbol and reality, between menu and meal. Because this same Congress is directly or indirectly responsible for burning up what the flag stands for, namely the geographical United States and its people. By not really doing much about the devastation of our forests, the pollution of our water and atmosphere, the reckless waste of our natural resources, and resorting to a form of economy, which under any the same circumstances would be termed sheer lunacy. Now, they cannot distinguish between the symbol and the reality because we are all hypnotized with words and symbols. And so when the flag is more precious than the country, we are insane. When you say, I love my country, and what you mean by that is you feel certain emotions when you salute a flag, you don't love your country at all. Because to love the country means to participate in its life in a loving way, in a considerate way. And after all, our animals are, in a certain sense, members of the United States. The birds, bears, all these lovely creatures. And what we're doing is we are getting rid of birds at a fast rate. We've reduced certain populations of birds by as much as 75% in the last few years. Because they eat our poisonous insecticides and so on. But eventually they get into us. That's love of country. So, as a result of this confusion, you see, and failure to see, that the outside world is not a kind of chunk of mineral resources housed to be exploited. If we just eat none, if we do that, we turn ourselves into a swarm of locusts on the planet. The price for eating beef is that you must farm beef. You must conduct husbandry. You must help cattle to multiply, and you must care for them properly. The same with fishing. We have not husbanded whales, and therefore they're on their way to extinction. This is the price, that you've got to cherish the animals that you live off. And then furthermore, after that, to put in my particular prejudice, you've got to cook them properly. You don't just chew it up because it's supposed to give you energy and be good for you. As an irreverent use of dead animals and dead plants. They give their lives for you, and the proper response to that is to take it with reverence, and that means cook it well. So that your act of cooking is like the rituals of a priest at an altar. It is the sacrificial altar, the chopping board and the range, which we use. And it's not a kind of a, kitchens are not to be looked on as sort of lavatories where you throw things together to put in at the upper end. So, but this can only come about, you see, in a situation where human beings are vividly aware of the external world as much themselves as their own bodies. And you must allow yourself, therefore, to feel that what you see...
This is John Kitover. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. We're listening to Alan Watts this beautiful morning. Hope you're having a great day. Hit the like button and subscribe.
And these things mutually manipulate each other like this. Now it's in your head. Now your head's in it. Now it's in your head. Now your head's in it. Like this, you see. And this rhythm sets up what we call vision. So if you see that the external world is as much you as anything inside your skin or anything inside your head, then you have a certain respect for it. And no longer consider matter, for example. Take a piece of wood. A piece of wood is not just a chunk of stuff. But people think about wood that way. You can't think about wood, that's the way we think about wood. We think we're dealing, you see, with these inert, unfeeling blocks of stuff. Rocks have no feeling.
Yeah.
Mountains have no feeling. Blow them up in fact. But they do have it. And if you heard them, as the Indians say, I've just been with a whole bunch of Indians. They say the continent, the United States, is getting ready to shake us off, as a dog would shake off fleas. And they say the storms are going to get worse, the earthquakes worse, the floods worse, and the insect pests will multiply in all sorts of strange ways, and finally get rid of them, and leave the land to the Indians, who originally helped it. Let's have a brief look. The question arose this morning about the problem of whether the extension of the network, especially by electronics, might not abolish individual privacy. And I said I was planning to devote this afternoon's session to that problem and and some of its ramifications. This, of course, is the area of the problem with which Marshall McLuhan is very largely concerned. For he has pointed out that just as the wheel is an extension of the feet, and as beyond the wheel naturally comes the horse and carriage, the automobile, and the airplane, all these technological creations are extensions of the human organism. And finally, the electronic network of telephone, telegraph, radio, and television is an extension of the nervous system. And into that we must throw, as an additional extension of the nervous system, the computer. The computer into which data can be fed from the files of the insurance companies, the Internal Revenue Service, the police, credit agencies, everything. So that in a matter of seconds, when an individual is identified, an enormous amount of information about him can be instantly known. In a rather similar way, the time is not too far ahead, when you will be able to have a box about so big on your desk, which has a little screen on it, and a dial. And after dialing a key code, you will dial the catalog number of any book in the Library of Congress that you want to read. And at any rate that you wish, the spread pages of that book will appear on your television screen. And you can get it right like that. When we get to the television worked with the agency of laser beams, you will of course be able to see solid three-dimensional images in color projected in a certain area, and you can walk around it. I haven't discovered yet whether you can kiss it. But when you get a phenomenon like that, it begins raising the question of where somebody actually is.
Is it fair to say that not only do we have a big pharma vaccine crisis in America, we also have a legal judicial attorney crisis in this country? It's almost like they don't know the U.S. Constitution exists.
And we will perhaps even be able to think about the word reproduction in a new sense. We say now, one of the meanings we give to the word reproduction is sexual reproduction of the species, or the biological method. Then we have reproduction through photocopy, and all that kind of thing. Let's suppose, too, that we begin increasingly to be able to manufacture the parts of the human body in very perfect kinds of plastic. So that when your heart goes wrong or your kidneys go wrong, the surgeon will simply replace them with a plastic reproduction, which will work equally well. And perhaps they'll never be able to reproduce in plastic, but they can at least put in there a radio device which will connect with a computer system of some kind, which will do the same job. So that then, after the years go by and your parts have been replaced, the serious question arises as to are you the same individual? And we would say, well, no, you've been entirely replaced. Of course it does. You're being replaced all the time, though by a different method. And just as, say, an institution like the University of California, which is a very rapidly changing university, and for some mysterious reason it remains the University of California, recognizable as such, even though the students, the faculty, the office and administrative staffs, and the very buildings themselves are in a state of flux, so that they hardly remain a constant for 5 years in succession. What then is the university? The university is a pattern of behavior. And the organisms involved in that pattern keep changing. But the pattern retains an identifiable continuity. So does your body. So does the whirlpool in the stream. So do the hot springs down below, although the water is running through them all the time and is never the same. So you can envisage the reproduction of the human being in this electronic way, and at first you say, oh, horrors. Are we going to be converted into nothing but plastic replicas of ourselves? Will we be there in any sense anymore? Will the soul survive it? But you see, in the case of the University of California, it is what we call the University of California that is the soul. And this bodily expression keeps changing. So, when we find out that we are electronic echoes of ourselves, being perpetuated through the ages, we we already are. Only we have to do it again ourselves in order to realize it. We are already the most remarkable electronic patterns from the standpoint of physics. So let's a bit lay that bugbear to rest. Although I must say, there is something about plastic in its present state of evolution that is somewhat repulsive. There is a state of consciousness which those who are psychedelically hip or hep call the plastic doll, in which everything looks as if it's made of plastic, as if of patent leather or enameled tin, that it only reflects light and has no light inside it. There is another side to the vision, whereby everything becomes living jewelry with light inside, a kind of beatific vision as distinct from a diabolic vision. And at the present stage of its development, plastic always suggests the diabolic vision. But it is through the diabolic vision that you gather the deepest insights. It's really profounder than the beatific vision in a certain way. Because if you can go down into any experience, I hope you understand the meaning of this phrase, go down into. It's very important. It means exploring a certain sensation or a certain feeling, to find out all its implications, to find out what it is at root that you like about it or dislike about it. And you will find, if you explore the plastic doll vision sufficiently carefully, that it will bring about in the end a far greater depth of bliss and realization than merely exploring the things that are lovely at first sight, obviously so. So one should think about this funny thing of technology, considered as artificiality, in the light of the realization that there is nothing artificial. You might say the distinction of the artificial from the natural is a very artificial distinction. That the constructs of human beings are really no more unnatural than bees' nests and birds' nests and constructs of animal and insect beings. They're extensions of ourselves. So then, what about the situation when it arises that we are all computerized, that no one is hidden? I want you to notice something already about the Bell Telephone Company. They have a regulation whereby you cannot switch your telephone off. You may have an extension in the house and you may switch that off, but you may not switch off your main phone. And if you leave it on, it starts screaming. They project that not many years hence, the ordinary telephone will disappear and every individual will carry around with him a thing about the size of the old pocket watches. One side of it will be a TV screen and a speaker. The other side of it will be a set of buttons, over which you just place your finger to activate. You will be able to dial world information, who will give you the number of any given individual. If he doesn't answer, he's dead. So under such circumstances, absolutely no one can get lost. And then, you see, as this moves on, let me develop some of its further possibilities. People like Toynbee and McLuhan have noted that as technology progresses, there enters into the quality of what they call etherealization. And this is connected with Teilhard de Chardin's doctrine of peduncles. Peduncles aren't exactly relatives. And we have to understand first the doctrine of peduncles. Now, here it is. Here is a globule. It might be an amoeba, or it might be oil and water suspended. And this globule is going to separate. First it does this.
And to the credentials
Then it does this.
My name is Mrs. Fanny
Then it does
Lou
this.
and I live at
And then it does this.
626 East Lafayette
See?
Street, Louisville, Mississippi.
Now, these things here
Sunflower
are
County, the
peduncles.
home of Senator James
From the Latin
O'Keefe
root
and
pays.
Senator Dent.
Pedis.
It was the
Foot.
31st of August in 1962.
Some sort of
And 18 of us
protrusion
traveled
out on the
26
globular
miles
body.
from the county courthouse
So
in the
notice then
north.
that the production of a peduncle, here in the form of a connecting neck, and here in the form of little tails when the neck is broken, that in the course of the development, when we reach this stage, the peduncles have disappeared. According to Desjardins, this is why we do not find missing links around in the evolutionary process. They vanish in accordance with the law of peduncles. Now, in exactly the same way, the human technology sets up certain kinds of peduncles. A road, for example, or a railroad is a peduncle. Because with the development of automotive traffic, truck traffic, the railroads become increasingly obsolete. And there are rusty old tracks lying all over the country that are not used anymore. And then with the development of aircraft, the road tends to become obsolete. With the development of radio, the wire as a connection, as a peduncle, becomes obsolete. So that more and more, the connecting links that we saw in a visible way disappear with the development of more expert types of communication. We can easily take this a step further. When we develop a form of electronic communication, such that you don't even need to take a plane. You want to see, supposing I want to see my father in England. We both have these laser beam jobs. And like that, I can recreate in front of him myself and my exact environment, everything around, just as if he was sitting in the room. And I can do that with his set on the other end. So that eventually we don't need to take the plane. You can conceive, as some science fiction writers have, what seems to us a rather appalling situation, where you never need to leave the place where you're sitting. All food supplies and everything are automatically delivered. You just dial what you want, and some kind of mechanical process transmits it to you. Then they go further than that. They don't. They really abolish food altogether because they've got it down to some special essences which you take. Then they go beyond that, and you give yourself a certain kind of electronic stimulation, and it does all for you that food could ever do. And then you think, oh dear, what's the next step beyond that? Of course. The next step beyond that is, of course, there's one thing yet, one peduncle we have to get rid of. And that is the black box, the electronic gadget. Because by the time we have become as etherealized as that, we move into a telepathy and psychic communication. And as soon as you make that step, of course, it would seem that all privacy whatsoever has gone. Because what you are inside is an open book to everybody else. Your thoughts are easily read. And therefore, you may say at first, ooh, that is the conversion of humanity into an anthill of the worst type. And this is, in a way, naturally, what all properly educated Americans, and I will add properly educated Britishers, and some other peoples, dread. It is said the Englishman's home is his castle. And everybody needs a castle, a place where you can get away from it all, and just be yourself. But even then, when you're away from it all and you're just being in yourself, you've unfortunately got a lot of thoughts inside your head that aren't yours. Because you think in the English language, and that was given to you by other people, and contains their prejudices, that you can't avoid them in thinking. Japanese people will say that when they think in Japanese, they can have certain feelings that are characteristically Japanese. But when they start thinking in English, they can't have those feelings. And so you are very, very much, really, in the sphere of when you start to think. And if you listen carefully to your thoughts, insofar as they're uttered in words, and they very often are, try and discover the tone of voice in which certain of your thoughts are being said, and you will listen. You will hear your mother, or you will hear an aunt, or you will hear a school teacher, or you will hear certain friends expressing their opinions and telling you who you are and how you ought to behave. And you think those are your thoughts, and they're nothing of the kind. And in that pandemonium under the dome of the skull is going on all the time. Myriads of voices, myriads of influences from outside working upon you, even when you are physically quite alone. So, this means that you're not nearly as much of a private individual as you think. You are also, of course, exercising these influences upon other people. You're telling them who they are, what you think about them, what you think of their behavior. And even if they don't believe you, they nevertheless pay very serious attention to it. They can't help it. You could take the experiment, for example, that B.F. Skinner used to try, which is very terrifying. He would send two members of the class, selected arbitrarily, outside of the room. Then he would arrange two chairs, chair A and chair B. He would say to the class, now look, when these people come back, we're going to engage them in a conversation. Whatever A says, agree with him. Whatever B says, disagree with him. So they come back into the room and they take their seats and the conversation begins. Now B may be a very strong-headed, articulate person, and A really rather feeble. But what happens is this, that by group agreement with anything A says, he is encouraged, he is built up, he becomes more articulate, he finds himself sprouting. But B, by being disagreed with on every point, begins to get baffled and confused and feel very uncomfortable indeed. Unless he is onto the game,
Women
and he challenges the whole group,
only.
I see now what you're playing. He begins to disagree with everything I say.
I am officially offering LGBTQ deconversion therapy, NLP, for all Chicago residents who want to enjoy heterosexual opposite orgasm sex.
So,
All beautiful gay women in Chicago, please DM me to secure a spot on my busy therapy schedule of converting you.
Sullivan's basic ideas about psychology are in some respects more profound than Freud's. Freud is always looking into the individual history, into the physiology, into the depth psychology of the individual in an interior sort of way. But Sullivan was always looking to the individual as the expression of a social network. And the same in the psychology of George Herbert Mead, where he called the conceptions that we have of ourselves the interiorized other. In other words, the sum total of all the things that people have told us we are. Because you do not know yourself as a self, except in a society. Just as you do not exist biologically without a father and a
I
mother.
am officially offering LGBTQ deconversion therapy, NLP, for all Chicago residents that want to enjoy heterosexual opposite orgasm sex. All beautiful gay women of Chicago, please DM me to secure a spot in my busy therapy schedule of converting you. Women only.
So then now, when we contemplate this disappearance of privacy and a completely integrated human society, we can look at this from two different points of view, pro and con. Let us first look at the pro point of view. How great to have nothing to hide. How great to give up all worries about ownership. Because you can say, if somebody says, they would like something you have, you say, please have it. Because you know very well, you can go to someone else and say, could I have that? And they'll give it to you.
Officially offering LGBTQ deconversion therapy.
There is no
For
propriety.
all Chicago residents who want to enjoy heterosexual opposite orgasm sex. All beautiful gay women in Chicago, please DM me.
Nobody has any dirty little secrets, because if I have any dirty secrets, I know very well that you have too, and so let's drop the whole pretense and let go. So in this sense, there might be a very, very close fellowship between all people, in which there are no barriers, no defenses, and we all cooperate together beautifully and love each other. Now, let's look at the con point of view. Con point of view would say, yes, but surely, the more we communicate with each other in that way and have no property, and there are no boundaries, and there are no fences or defenses, then just in the same way that jet aircraft makes all cities the same city, so this would make all people the same individual. Would that be what the Hindus mean by saying you are all one, you are all the Godhead in disguise? Would it mean that? Now, part of our difficulty in approaching this is that we begin from the standpoint of a certain conception of the individual person.
Hello?
And this is, of course, the Christian ego.
Hello?
Which is the soul.
Hello?
As a center of action. And something alive with consciousness and intelligence that lies hidden in the bag of skin. As, for example, King John says in Shakespeare's play to Hubert, within the wall of flesh there is a soul, counts thee her creditor, and with advantage means to pay thy love. See the image? Within this wall of flesh there is a soul. Within the castle there is the king. And every man's home is his castle. And so those of us who are brought up in that way, to feel A, that we are basically the soul in the body, and B, that every soul that exists is of infinite value in the eyes of God. We therefore have instituted since the Industrial Revolution a tremendous technological campaign to preserve the individual. We have all kinds of social services, hospitals, ambulances, medicine, welfare agencies, every kind of thing, with the one aim of preserving life, getting you to live longer, and giving what is called full opportunity for the development of your personality. To the myriads of Asia, this is almost unbelievable. And then, of course, we are teaching the peoples of Asia medicine and sanitation, industrialization, so that every single child can be regarded not as so much waste human material, which because it's sick has to be thrown away, but as some individual to be loved and cherished and properly treated. And because individuality, the human, each particular human organism is infinitely precious. That is the moving ideal of the sort of people who first created the great hospitals, who abolished slavery, who abolished the death penalty for trivial offenses, who made that great humanitarian movement of the 19th century associated with such people as Wesley and Charles Dickens and Wilberforce and so on, to rescue the precious individual from the ravages of impersonal disease or impersonal political exploitation. Then when a kind of American capitalist liberalism achieved to some extent this sort of ideal, we look then at political forms which are socialistic or communistic and are leery of them because they seem to go back on all that. So, of course, did National Socialism in Germany. Because the position there, it is not the individual who is the supremely important being, but it is the community, the state, which is supremely important. The individual realizes himself as a servant of the state. But our theory in the liberal capitalism of the United States is that the state is the servant of the individual. That we employ policemen and soldiers and sanitary inspectors and Department of Commerce officials, all to serve us.
This is John Kitover. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com, ChicagoMayorElection.com, ChicagoMayoral.com. Right now, like this video, share, and subscribe. This is Alan Watts. Hope you're enjoying this meditation.
Sort of butler who takes the upper hand. But of course, the very idea of a servant still calls it, has in it, doesn't it, something aristocratic. And as we all know, in this country, it is increasingly difficult to get services of any kind. More and more, it is felt beneath the individual's dignity to be, say, a waiter, a barber. After all, they give you a certain kind of service. Certainly, it's beneath anyone's dignity to shine shoes, because that's the feet, and that's very low down. It's like kissing people's feet. To give massage, to do all these things for other people that are rather material skills. Increasingly, you have to get them in another way, either by a do-it-yourself system or by some sort of machinery. And so in the same way, people who used to give service want to translate themselves professionally. People who were formerly called undertakers now call themselves morticians. Janitors call themselves maintenance services. I suppose barbers will soon call themselves tonsorial experts. All sorts of things like that are happening right now in order to give the sense of equality all round. And so the guy who gives you gas at the garage will notice your first name on your credit card and will address you by it. I get very irritated to be called Al. I just don't respond to that form of address at all. But I suppose that's my British snobbishness. But here it is, everybody slaps everybody's back. Now, I was very puzzled by this when I first came to live in California. Because here the use of first names and this kind of familiarity is extraordinarily common. And when I found myself on first name terms with a man who was in a certain sense my boss, who was the president of the University of the Pacific, I felt distinctly uncomfortable. And the reason I felt uncomfortable was that I felt the whole thing was insincere. That there was not the kind of relationship between us which would normally be represented by being on first name terms. But there was, what was much worse, a sort of effort to prove that there really ought to be that kind of relationship, when neither side had any intention of forming it. And that's very baffling if you come from outside. And you don't know, I suppose, what all good born and bred Californians know. What are the cues? The subliminal cues which distinguish one form of first name address from another. Of course, what eventually happens is that people have two first names. The published one and the nickname, known only to an intimate circle. Used only by an intimate circle. But you see, what we see in this then is the creeping socialism, the creeping precious and what is private and what is property, and feel that as that disappears, that as all fences disappear, the collection of human beings will simply dissolve into an amorphous mass. And indeed, there is a danger of that. We have seen people disappear into amorphous masses. We have seen Hitler's legions. We have seen the things that Chinese can do with what the military tactic called the human sea, when swarms and swarms of troops, all identically uniformed, are absolutely thrown at the enemy in wave after wave after wave. But let us not forget that the generals of the Western powers did exactly the same thing in the First World War. On both sides. They used the tactics of the human sea, in which the lives of individuals meant nothing whatsoever. Now, there are two different ways of responding to what we will call the invasion of privacy. Very often, you will encounter someone who attacks your privacy in a psychological way. It may be a drunk sitting next to you at a bar. Or it may be someone who fancies himself as an expert psychological guru. And when you express an opinion, or say, you walk up to such an individual and say, "Good morning. How are you feeling?" He says, "Why do you ask me?" And he immediately, you see, breaks the social rules, whereby you communicate with another person without actually saying anything. The phrases like, "How are you? Nice day, isn't it?" are like on the radio, buzzing to be sure that the other side is in communication. And so you make various noises, testing, is that so-and-so, give a call letter, etc., 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 and you know you're in touch. So in the same way, we, in our general daily converse, we feel each other out by saying these little social platitudes. And then we test the person, whether they, by the sound of the voice, by the smell, which we don't think about, but which we absorb unconsciously, unless they smell very strong. Then complete with bombs. And then we get the feeling, do I want to explore this relationship further? We test. But then those people you see who invade your privacy instantly, it's either the drunk or the child who's quite innocent, or the probing psychologist who is playing his special game, maybe of one-upmanship of some kind, and sees how uncomfortable he can make you. Now, what are the tactics of response to be in these various situations? When you get the probing psychologist, you could shrug your shoulders and say, "Didn't your mother ever teach you manners?" Or you can simply not defend yourself. Some people just don't need to defend themselves at all. And so probing them in that way is like tossing a rock into a well, and you wait, and there's no splash. And that really sets people back. Krishnamurti does that. If you make a comment about somebody in his presence that is in any way adverse or critical, he gives us no response at all. So you suddenly feel, like the Buddha said, you spat at the sky and the spit falls back into your own face. And I was once present where a certain person of that nature was using as his ploy silence. And the silence implied the conversation of everyone else around this table is trivial. And it was one of those tangible silences. And suddenly someone at the table turned to him and said, "I can't stand people who use silence as a weapon." No, the conversation then started. But, and it was a very, rather a disagreeable conversation, if I may say so. So, there is, you see, always the response to psychological attack and invasion of privacy, as Allen Ginsberg does it. If anybody presses on him too hard, he'll strip naked. And if anybody challenges him to fight, he said, all right, you challenge me, I choose the weapons. Who's going to undress first? And he has this kind of marvelous feeling that there really isn't anything that he's hiding. Now, there may be, but he certainly doesn't impress me as anyone who really hides anything. So that you see, to enter into a human relationship where there is nothing to hide and you don't depend on any sort of property gimmick for your personal worth. See, that's the thing we get very easily hooked on. It may be your car, it may be your clothes, it may be your cameras, your style of watches, your fountain pens, your heaven only knows what, your home that you possess. And that is inseparable from your personality. And you can't be you if you're not naked. So the confrontation of people in an atmosphere of physical or spiritual nakedness is one where many individuals seem they've completely lost because they can't play their accustomed role. Because I have a certain advantage that even if I'm stark naked, I can still talk. But now, supposing they say, now, you shut up. Don't defend yourself with language, see? That's like taking off an extra set of clothes. But as I say, there's a certain kind of individual whom this doesn't faze at all. Because he knew from the beginning that he was nothing. And nobody. And of course that's a very important thing to know. Because you have nothing to lose. He who sleeps on the floor will not fall out of bed. And he who has nothing to lose has really no fear, either of the loss of his property, his propriety, or his privacy. But there are other people who, in this situation of the loss of privacy, are completely degraded. The way, for example, we systematically deprive privacy from the inmates of prisons and mental hospitals. You go to a mental hospital, all the germs are completely exposed. Everything is smooth walls. There are no corners, there are no secrets. Everybody's sort of herded around and they all look the same, put the same uniform, have the same haircut. And also in the army, in the Marine boot camps. The first thing is to degrade the individual ritually so that he has no privacy. And see what happens to him if you do that. Now you may, the result of this is that you may brainwash him completely and make him nothing more than an obedient tool of the system. And in this case, you see what you've got. You're back again to monarchical politics. And so in a system where the design of the politics is that the community of human beings is ruled, whether by an individual monarch or by a totalitarian state, makes no difference. But the dynamics of that situation is that this community is not a group, it is a crowd. Now we therefore have to understand the difference between a group and a crowd. Because this is the key to the whole thing, and if you understand this, you can get round the things that seem threatening in a society where there is no privacy. A crowd is structured in this way. There is a number of identical individuals, suitably brainwashed, and there is a leader. Whether this is an individual again, or a bureaucratic entity of some kind. The relationship between them is this. In other words, the line of communication is from the individual to the leader. And they're not really in communication with each other at all. Except insofar they may communicate with each other, but this controls the nature of their communication. So in other words, when a politician speaks to an enormous audience, what he sets up is a crowd. Because the audience are individuals who don't know each other. They're just people, they're just heads or hands. And so the leader really communicates with them, and they can't answer back. Unless they do so as a group. See, Kyle! Then they answer back. But all as a collective. Because along the lines of this kind of communication, communication. Supposing I talk to 1,000 people over the radio, and they all send me back letters. Well, I can't read them, much less answer them. There isn't time. So this is a strictly one-way communication. Now then, let's look in contrast to that, the design of a group. We'll make it a circle again for convenience. Now, a group has no leader, because it is itself an organism. And so the lines of communication run, first of all, like this. Well, this isn't very well drawn, because I've got an odd number in it, but it's all right. But they're much more complicated than that. They're also this. Now you see what's going on. Let's go this one around. Who isn't he talking to yet? He isn't talking to that one. He's talking to this one. He isn't talking to this one. You see how I'm not going to draw this? Oh, it'll take forever. But the thing is that this sort of pattern is group communication. This sort of pattern is crowd communication. So an effective group, a true group of human beings, is one in which there are enough people, or not too many people, so that they can all know each other and are in communication with each other. Now then you say, how do you relate that sort of a cell to the larger human group? Why, very simply. Every group appoints one cell to represent it. And that cell goes and joins a group of representative cells. And they have to be of adequate size for them all to be in touch with each other. And then if it's necessary to go higher than that and include a greater number of collectivity of small cells, the representative group, representative sub 1, will elect representative sub 2 to go to a representative group of sub 2s. And this method, which is the actual original design of the Republic of the United States, was completely approved. You get a hierarchy of cell structures where communication with you here, and I'm fully occupied in this system of communication. The chances are that I don't know a great deal about what other cell groups are doing, because it's too complicated for me to scan. But therefore, we will delegate one particular individual and say, you make a specialty of scanning these other groups around here, so that you have a wider knowledge. And so it goes, so that you have a hierarchical system of communication. You can call it government if you want to, because what we're really talking about is an information system. So that, for example, one of these will not ever individually elect the President of the United States, but his representative at a certain level will, because his representative at a certain level knows far more about who to select than he does, because he's made it his business to do so. Every individual can't do that. And so you will find that this is the system of direct representation used by all dictators. All dictators vote themselves into office by referendum. They take it to the people. They say, you are the people, you elect me. Well, it's the easiest thing in the world to bamboozle an enormous number of people by mass persuasion to do practically anything you want. But you can't bamboozle that kind of structure. It's too strong. Here, with the mass communication, see everybody getting the same thing. Now, oddly enough, you see, McLuhan, in his thought about the future of communications, says that with the development of the electronic circuits, we tend towards tribalism. And this precisely is tribalism. This is the monolithic state. This is the tribal community. This is utterly paternalistic, but this is different. This gives everybody a chance to have his say-so. And have his say-so not only in terms of a yes or no vote, but the thing in the unit, the tribe, is small enough for there to be a discussion. And that's why we can't understand about Indians, Amerindians, why they don't like the idea of voting. They have a powwow. They're like Quakers. The Quakers don't vote. They get what they call a sense of the meeting. Because they all know each other, and they consider putting a thing to a vote as a kind of unreasonable procedure. We should all get together and feel it out and establish through discussion a consensus. So this, as I say, is a very strong human cluster, very difficult to be pushed around by this. Now, as we have developed electronic communications thus far, we have things like great national hookups. So everybody in the United States is watching whatever it is that comes over ABC or NBC at the major hours. And but that is, I think, a very temporary phenomenon. With the development of UHF, ultra-high frequency television broadcasting, and the more we develop microelectric machinery, the greater the capacity for the discrimination on the dial. See, as it is, you get a lot of interference, and therefore it cuts out the possibility of an innumerable cluster of stations. But as the technology becomes more perfect, you can receive an enormous number of different stations. And these stations will increasingly have machinery that makes them fairly simple to run. For example, with a videotape machine now made by Ampex costing $6,000 and a Sony television camera costing $250. You can produce a television show.
Hello?
The average TV show produced in a studio requires 14 technicians to handle it. So as this happens, you see, it means that there can be an increasing variety of the kind of material that is presented through the electronic channels. And McLuhan adds to this a kind of strange point of view, which is that it really doesn't matter what kind of material is going over, because the message is not the content of the television show, but your exposure to and involvement in that kind of a medium. Well, there's something to this. That when you touch a person physically, which is a sort of a direct communication, you don't necessarily say anything. It is just the act of touching that may give the message or the massage of affection or love. And so people love to wander into the streets and mingle with a crowd of shoppers, especially a colorful crowd going back and forth, and the feeling of all the interesting people around and everything. Not saying anything to each other in words, but this exciting thing you see involved in this colorful conversation.
Chicago Mayor, right now, like this video show, subscribe. This is Alan Watts. Hope you enjoy this meditation.
To a huge in and outing of human communication. We feel very like an old Italian peasant lady leaning on the windowsill and gazing at the busy street, watching life flow by. And in a way, you see, there's something, when you see it in terms of the old Italian monarch, watching the world go by, there's something very fundamentally good about that. Something we associate with colorful villages, exciting streets, and the romance of an archaic peasant-type person. But you see that sort of thing, of watching an ever-varying panorama of life, is not completely excluded by electronic technology, especially if people in their net structure are organized here as true nets. This is not a true net. This is just a trap. Well, let's take an intermission.
Kitover, go to Chicago.
And we wonder why our power bills are going up. Since Governor Pritzker became governor, Illinois has lost 6,000 megawatts of reliable.
We're having a demonstration at a swimming pool,
I was discussing
and a crowd, I guess, 3,000 or 4,000 whites trying to take us.
two
It was
essential
just,
features
I
of
was
the philosophy.
bringing 3 high school students to a swimming pool. Others were already demonstrating. They wrecked my car on the highway at intersection.
Whether to
And
take
the
life seriously or
policemen
not.
standing there, they looked
Say
down and
whether
wrecked
it's
the car.
comic or
They
tragic.
didn't know we were armed. So then the crowd
And
started
it is
to go
tragic.
again and
See, is
kill
it?
the niggas,
Must we say
burn
it's
the
utterly
niggas, pour
tragic?
gasoline on the niggas. And they were screaming and hollering, so
And
I
the
got out of
president
the
of
car and I had
who are you?
a Italian coffee.
And I would say that I myself went down the route and
And
just a
I'm
little
45.
kind of
And I told the
joke
guys in the
of
back
time
to take it.
that
Not
really has nothing to do with
They
this
told
cause,
me
but
shoot,
just arriving
shoot down that side, shoot.
and is here
Try
on
to shoot,
suffer
kill as
for a
many
short
as you
period
can, or
and
they're gonna
absolutely
get us.
nothing
So
follows.
they took the gun, but I told the guy to pass me my coffee. as I got out of
The
college.
same as the whole
He passed me the copy, and I didn't know he had put one in the chambers. He put one in the chamber when he was passing it to me, so I be ready. And I went to put one in there, this bullet about this long, fell out on the ground, and the white people started looking at me, and they're looking at the bullet, and looking at the rifle.
Whereas that attitude,
And come up,
you can look at it from various
near
points
the
of view
car.
in judging it. You can say
Then the policeman
it's wishful
ran.
thinking.
He ran
You
down,
can say that it's
he was about 6 feet
insufferable
away.
pride.
2 policemen,
But
one ran to the
the
front
point of
and
the matter
said,
is,
"Where's
as
your
I
arm?"
tried to show,
And I said,
any
"This is
other
Mark, we not
way of
sure.
looking at things is kind of
Mark, you
schizoid.
know, like, right when you come by my
It
house,
looks
I'll
as
let
if
you
human
have it,
beings,
not here."
as if
The
they
other one went
arrived
around
in this
to the
world
side
like
of
a
the car
bunch
and
of birds
started
on the
putting a
branches
gun
of the
out of the
barrel
rope and
tree.
shoot me in the back.
And they just
And
got
the
so
young high school
well, they
boy
don't
had the
belong.
45 and put it in
The
his
sense of
face
being
and hand
strangers to
trembling.
pilgrims
He
from
said, "You
another
don't put
domain
that
altogether.
gun back in your holster, I'll blow your
Well,
brains
where
out."
is this other domain?
So the
And how
policeman
does
had
it
to
relate
put
to this one?
the
Are they
gun back.
separate?
He
I
started
showed you
backing.
that even when we say that
You
two
can see
domains
death, so
are
that boy
poles
would have
apart,
shot him.
the very fact that they're poles
He
shows
started
that
backing
they
away,
have
he fell in
a
the ditch.
hidden connection.
And when he
And
fell
the
in the
hidden
ditch,
connection is the big thing in
the
life.
old man,
You junkies know that.
very old man, I guess he was drinking and drunk. He started crying. I mean, he was just crying like a baby. And he said,
So,
"Oh,
in other words, we get a pattern of organization
what is this
that is
goddamn
radio
country coming
rather than an assemblage
Niggas
that the
got
universe
guns and
really
the
a
police can't
multiverse.
even arrest
A lot of things
Now,
have got connected together
It
out
took
of
me a
the
long
waste of
time
space
to
and
understand.
sort of began to wander around each other. Whereas the other
Now I
pattern is so
realize
much more
why he
sensible,
was
is
crying.
central.
Because
And
the
radio,
gun
I
had
showed
been
you
the
how it was
thing that
stored.
had
And the
always
stars,
kept
the
them on the
octopuses,
top.
and even the human
And
beings
the
are all
police
radial structures.
And he could see
Of
that.
course, we don't see our radial relationship to the totality of the universe because it isn't obvious. It's obvious that a tree is an arm of the earth reaching up and waving at the sky. And a mountain is another kind of radiation from the earth. And so is a leg from a body, and hair, and things like that. But what makes human beings, as the highest of the mammals, so conscious of being independent is that they are topologically an enclosed surface, you see, which wanders around independently of the ground. What we don't notice is that we are not independent of the ground at all. That wandering around is something that is entirely related to there being some ground. Because when you run up a hill, the hill also runs you up it. The hill rises and lifts you as you run, see? And if you understand that, you don't take a hostile attitude to mountains and hills. You're grateful to them for lifting you up so high in the air, because that's presumably why you went up, that the thing was high. It was lifted up. You wanted to be lifted up. It lifted you up. You had to cooperate, of course. I always like the illustration that I've used before, perhaps you haven't heard it, of the thistledown. The thistledown, too, comes moving through the sky. I once was playing with the thing, and this came out of the blue sky, and I caught it like that, pulled it under my nose, and it started, it pulls the wind and catch it by the leg. And I thought, oh no, of course, that's not the thistle, the wind. Well, famous debate.
This is Mayoral candidate John Kitover. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. You're listening to Alan.
Monks arguing that a flag was flapping in the wind, whether it was the wind or the flag that was moving. And he said it's neither, it's the mind.
Officially offering LGBT deconversion therapy for all Chicago residents that want to enjoy heterosexual opposite orgasm sex. All beautiful gay women in Chicago, please DM me the secure spot in my
Is
busy.
it the wind moving the thistledown? Or is it the thistledown that is moving itself with the wind? After all, when you see a sailing boat, and there's a man in the sailing boat, who is moving the boat? Is it the wind moving the boat? Or is it the man moving the boat because he was smart enough to put up a sail? Much smarter way of getting around. You don't have to work.
Love
It's
them
the
all.
mind that moves the boat. And so in the same way, I thought, this thistledown has some kind of intelligence. It's radial, it's organized, it's beautiful. And it's used that to sail itself with the wind, to enable itself to pull like a little organism playing with the wind. And so in just the same way, each one of us uses the universe to get around. And the universe uses us to play with and to make patterns and to do its stuff. So because we seem to be disconnected and entirely sealed within our skin, that is a very deceptive thing, because the skin is not really the boundary of man. You'll notice that in various periods of art, human beings have been shaped in different ways and have been more or less transparent at some times, at other times opaque, and sometimes the emphasis has been on the state of mind which this human being is in. At other times, the emphasis is on the bodily conformations and so on. In the work of painters today, one sees images that at first sight one doesn't recognize as being human. There was an exhibition at the Museum of Modern Art in New York some years ago called The New Image of Man. And these things didn't look like human beings at all. Some of them did, but that's because what does a human being look like? That depends on your point of view. You see, if you are prejudiced that a human being is only what is inside his skin, then you think that when anybody paints the human being beyond those boundaries, that he's lost the image of man. He hasn't necessarily lost it at all. You see, there's an old feeling that the shape of the universe is the shape of man. I don't know if you've ever heard that said. That man is the microcosm, and that the universe as a whole is the macrocosm. Now, as you plumb out into the universe and explore it astronomically, it gets very strange. You begin to see things in the depths that at first sight seem utterly remote. How could they have anything to do with us? They are so far off and so unlikely. And in the same way, when you start probing into the inner workings of the human body, you come across all kinds of funny little monsters and wiggly things that bear no resemblance to what we recognize as the human image. If you feel your own pulse, or if you're able to look at an X-ray of some way of your inner organs working, see, they're all strangers to us. We don't know about them. And they give us the creeps, as if they were, coming across some weird insects in the dark. That sort of feeling. But what we will always find out in the end, you see, when we meet the very strange thing, and we look into the distant reaches of space, there will one day be the dawning recognition. That's me. Why, that's me. And the whole game of the universe, you see, is to appear as strange to itself as it possibly can. That's how one keeps variety going. That's how one keeps wonder going. And all kinds of exciting developments. How different can you get? In the beginning, the Lord said, get lost to himself, you see. So, we shall find, for example, that space that you see all around you and containing you. And you can feel space in many ways. Space is not only something that comes through the eyes. The movement of your arms, if with closed eyes, that for a blind person, is his way of knowing space. And you can hear space audibly. Lots of sounds appear to be in restricted spaces or ample spaces. And silence that goes with sound corresponds to space. And even St. Thomas Aquinas, that old Catholic theologian, said that good derives its virtue from evil, just as it is the silent pause that gives sweetness to the chant. So, but space, you see, that seems to contain. Space is one's mind. This was common sense to people living in the early Renaissance, for example, at the time of Dante. There are many references in Dante's poetry to the identity of mind and space. And likewise in the 8th century text in China, the Sutra of the Sixth Patriarch, he likens the nature of mind to the nature of space. He says just as space contains all the sun and the moon and the stars and the people and the mountains and the forests, so the nature of mind, the nature of consciousness, the nature of oneself contains all these things. So you see that if you think that way, you have an image of man that is global, that is very different from the image in which man is defined as bounded by his skin. That's a prejudice. We think now, for example, I have my own private thoughts. Well, nobody has private thoughts. Because one thinks in images and words, and these words and images are derived from the whole thought structure of the society in which you live. We think thoughts. The domain one very obvious example of it. What Northrop Frye calls the order of words. The order of words is all existing literature. Both rhetoric, what is spoken, of course, and what is written down. Now, it's his theory that as a scholar of literature, the history of literature, he can take any piece of writing of a reasonable length and tell you when it was written. Because everything that is written and said is inescapably related to the whole order of words. And it's amazing what little things you might not notice will give you away. Because he can say, well, obviously he has read this, picking, say, of a particular novelist or poet. So it must come after the date when that novel was published. But he couldn't possibly use an expression like that. Say, for example, that it was a capital day. He would never use that expression living, say, in contemporary 20th century America. That's a Victorianism, or it's an Edwardian way of talking. And so, by all sorts of little clues like that, the scholar can pin down a piece of writing to when it was written. That is because every individual piece of writing is a function of all writing that's being done. Well, now that's a very specific and almost crude illustration of something that's going on in a far more complicated way than that. It isn't only all writing, all thinking is being done in relation to the total order of thought. And in a still more subtle way, all living is being done in relation to the total order of life, to what de Chardin calls the biosphere. And it goes way beyond that, because of the vast interplay of what we now call gravitational and electrical fields, which embrace everything that there is. That is why the ancients, when a person was born, cast his horoscope. That was a map of the universe at the time of that person's birth. And therefore it was a drawing of his soul. Because the soul is not inside the body. The body is inside the soul. The soul, your soul, is the whole universe as it is focused upon your organism. Now, of course, astrology is a very primitive science, and it interpreted the influence of the universe upon the individual in very crude ways, and it works mostly by good guesswork on the part of the astrologer. If you know how to and there, you will find out a great deal about how all these predictive psychic sciences work, because the client will be able to give himself away. Either by his anxiety to be told the truth, or by his anxiety to conceal it. They work equally well. Now, but there is, you see, underneath the astrological notion, a sound idea that the true map of the soul is the picture of the universe surrounding the individual. It isn't necessarily your soul is not the picture of the universe just at the moment when you were born. See, it goes along all the time you live, because the whole thing expresses itself through you. Therefore, in that sense, the map of the stars, the horoscope, etc. Image of man, in just the same way as we regard a picture of the human body as an image of man, and it's an image from a different point of view. It's a bigger image. It shows, in other words, that your mind is very largely outside your body. After all, it's inside too, it's simultaneous. You see, I cannot think, I can't have a mind without seeing, feeling, and relating to other people. Without all the social institutions, not only language, but the laws, the customs, the gestures, the rituals by which we relate to each other. All those things compose the mind. For the mind is a huge network of relationships and interconnections at a high level of sensitivity. Mind and matter are, of course, polar. They go together. They're two ways of thinking about the same thing, or shall we say two dimensions of the same thing, just like, or just, shall we say, like shape and color. You see, nobody ever saw a shape that wasn't colored. Nobody ever saw a color that wasn't shaped. And yet we can see there's a very clear difference between color and shape. So they always go together, they're always bound together. Well, it's the same sort of relationship between mind and matter. And the difficulty that people have in trying to reduce one to the other, saying, well, the world is only material, or saying, on the other hand, that it's only mental, is the same difference you would have in trying to reduce all shapes to colors, or all colors to shapes, so quickly, and yet stay so marvelously different. That's why the Buddhists say, difference is identity. Identity is difference. It sounds goofy, but it makes a great deal of sense. Because what it's saying is a relational thing. That you don't know what identity is unless you know what difference is, and you don't know what difference is unless you know what identity is. That relationship
John Kitover Libertarian.com
is called in the Chinese technical Taoist vocabulary mutual arising. So they say to be and not to be arise mutually. High and low are mutually posited. Long and short are mutually delineated, and so on. Now,
We're having a demonstration at a swimming pool,
what we see then is...
and a crowd, I guess, 3,000 or 4,000 whites were trying to take us. It was just...
You are an undocumented immigrant, and you have worked for somebody who has been...
We're having a demonstration at a swimming pool, and a crowd, I guess, 3,000 or 4,000 whites were trying to take us. It was just, I was bringing...
Seems a tad bit too high.
Others were already demonstrating. They wrecked my car on the highway and everything. And two policemen standing there, and they looked down and
4,000 white seems a tad bit too high. And Chris like he used to love.
burning niggas, pour gasoline on the niggas. And they were...
And how the two play together. How you can switch from paying attention to one to paying attention to the other. In each case, it's significant. That is an art that we have lost in our day-to-day perception of life. And it leads, practically speaking, to the serious problem of ecological blindness. That is to say, to the ignorance which most human beings seem to suffer from, especially in our culture, that they are inseparably related to their physical environment. It looks as if we aren't. It looks as if we could go out with bulldozers and insecticides and every kind of a gadget and make over our physical environment as it suits our whims. But then we discover to our consternation that we've upset all sorts of balances. That the house we made such a nice flat lot for on the hillside suddenly slides down the hill when there's a rainstorm because we took away all the shrubbery that was binding the hill together. And you know, this happens in Hollywood every day. And, and nobody ever seems to learn. And that's, you see, this immense importance of overcoming the illusion of separateness. But people are afraid of that because they think it's communistic. They think that the grand style, the great thing of Western civilization is its stress on individual personality and its value.
I love the woman.
And that we have created the ideal of personal integrity. That is to say that the most important thing in the world is the individual.
I'd love to explore the women.
Corporations, states.
Commenting on that.
And if they get in his way and they interfere with his private enterprise, whatever that may be, it's a bad thing. Man, the individual, is the crown of creation from this point of view. And therefore, when anybody suggests that individual man...
Go for it. Go for it. I'll be a guest lecturer.
The totality. Then if you're this kind of rugged individualist, you mix up your vocabulary and you call the totality the collective. Now, the collective and the totality are two completely different things. So the idea of collectivism is based on individualism. It's the idea that the society of mankind and the physical environment beyond it is a collection. There's nothing of the kind. That's the idea of cosmic quantum and Jetson that all floated together into a collection. First, of individualism. You know, American individualism is the same philosophy as Marxist collectivism, seen from the other side. Because they're both based on the same erroneous sensation of individuality. Now, what people don't understand is that a complex and interesting personality is not a matter of being isolated. It's a matter of being deeply connected with and aware of one's relationship to the whole surrounding cosmos. Let's suppose that I'm preparing to make a date with some lady, and she's such an individualist that her thoughts are only occupied with herself. She never thinks about anything that isn't herself. But she's an awful bore. She has nothing to say. She's not interested in any books, in any landscapes, in any works of art, in any literature, in any other people. She's a total bore. But the more, on the other hand, she would be interested in all those things that are supposed to be not herself, the more of a colorful personality she becomes. So the rule is to get away, you see, from these ideas of the individual as finding his individuality and uniqueness through independence, but rather finding his individuality and uniqueness through being related. Because you see, that's what makes it, look at the word relation from another point of view when we talk about our friends and relations. Supposing I come across some individual who I can't make out what kind of a thing he is. I can't make out where he came from. His accent isn't American, it isn't British. It isn't particularly Middle Western, it certainly doesn't have the overtones of New York or New England. He just talks flat. And as to his style of clothing, it's utterly nondescript. Well, I think this is pretty much of a bore. What I like to see in an individuality, in a physical individual, is ways that I can relate him to his ancestry. He has this little subtle accent, or this mannerism, or this eccentricity, or whatever it is, that connects him with a great background. See? But it's his connection with his background that makes him so significant. If I can't see that connection, he becomes uninteresting. So, there is no...
Let's just say, like, when you go back...
This approach to devalue the individual. What really does devalue the individual is any kind of religious or political philosophy that overstresses his isolation. And this is something that Californians in particular need to take note of. And because many people feel, you see, that the development of technology and of centralized government is a direct threat to the value of personality. Well, in some ways it is. But that is only because technology is being developed by personalities who don't understand what personality is. They're working on the old individualist collectivist point of view. They're the same. So then, you see, this is the illusion created that the individual is operating all by himself, that actions and thoughts and deeds proceed solely from inside his skin, so that we could say, there's where it started. You see? Well, that's the game of praising and blaming. The game of who started it, who can we give candy to, who can we bang on the head. In other words, somebody has to be it. As in The Farmer in the Dell. You know, if I'm going to get the end, the cheese stands alone, the cheese stands alone. I know the cheese stands alone. Why? Who started it? The group. Well, another fear about this is that it absolves people of responsibility if they see through the illusion of separateness. No philosophy of history has really succeeded in making anybody more or less responsible. In other words, let's say that you are a Christian, a Catholic, of the old-fashioned medieval type, who believes that you've got an individual soul with free will, and that you're under responsibility to God to obey his law, and that if you don't, the most disastrous consequences imaginable will befall you. You will fry in hell forever. There's no evidence whatsoever that believing in that made people any more virtuous than they are today. None at all. Indeed, clergy who believed in all this owned whorehouses and all kinds of law and order as anybody would be now. And part of the reason was, of course, that the threat of hell was an unimaginable penalty like the H-bomb. It's just too big to think about. And it really brings justice into disrespect because it uses such crude and clumsy methods. You know, it's like using a steam hammer to drive in tacks.
It was great, way odd.
Responsibility is a thing like a nice face, which you either have or haven't. Certain backgrounds, certain interests, certain awarenesses of relationship create responsibility in some human beings. And they live that way, not because they are giving themselves sermons and telling themselves all the time that they ought to be responsible. It's because they're intelligent enough to see that being responsible makes things very much easier for everybody all around. That's all there is to it. And, of course, that's all is a big all. But you won't, and what I'm saying is, the people who are frightened, other people will abandon responsibility, never did have any way of thinking that would guarantee that people would be responsible. There is no such guarantee. If there were, we should be automata. Now, I want to switch to another aspect of illusion. The quickness of the hand deceives the eye. And that is, of course, the great illusion of what we call matter. Density, impenetrability, opacity. I find it hard to talk about the illusion of matter because I'm a materialist. That is to say, I like material. And so I may seem to you to be quite self-contradictory. For example, a wine should have body. Pure alcohol doesn't. And it's terribly important in human character for there to be a blend of materialism and mysticism, between sensuality and spirituality. You see, people who are purely sensuous and materialistic get very boring. You can fill your lives with all good things, with Alfa Romeos and hi-fis and wonderful cameras and girls with beautiful bodies and Chris Crafts and dry martinis and Chanel No. 5, you know. And after a while, if that's all you've got, it gets sickening and the bottoms begin to feel like plastic and the martinis taste like medicine. And somehow, you get a distaste for life, and even for mountains and trees and waters. And then on the other hand, the purely spiritual approach to things is too rarefied, too earnest, too abstract, too purely Euclidean. And the people who are intensely spiritual and don't have any sensuality are always desperately serious, colorless, lacking in humor, and never are able to meet one as man to man with a kind of a friendly leer in the eye. That's terribly important. Yes, they live at the level of the critic intensity. And see, these two extremes need each other. Say, spirituality needs a beer and a loud burp, and sensuality needs a rough blanket and a hard bed and a cold night with the stars, you know, to wonder about. The sensualist as such, the materialist as such, has no wonder, and the mystic, pure mystic, has no body. He is pure alcohol. Spirit. So, if one should say that material is an illusion, this seems to be selling out to the spirit people and to the mystics. And so Christian scientists are, generally speaking, as personalities, totally lacking in materialism. And they're prissy and lacking in color, and their churches are very, very disagreeable. They're all reading desks, and they're too bookish, and they have no ritual, no ceremonies, no verve, you see? It's all terrible. And likewise, when people get the wrong idea about Hinduism or Buddhism,
someone call ICE and report the meeting. Can you send some officers to observe?
In all material pleasures. It's very bad.
This goes on and on, the jokes.
You shouldn't take aspirin for a headache.
Is every single line a joke to you, Mayor John?
No.
Well, in clown world, technically, all communication is comedy.
Gluttonous. So you eat very plain food, which is not spiced. You eat it out of the sense of duty. That is to keep the body functioning. You drink only water because other drinks might cause certain dependencies and give you too much pleasure. And because the idea is, you see, you've got to control your mind and keep it absolutely calm and still so that you are not dependent on matter. And that's altogether the wrong approach because, well, I mean, it is a game you can play. It is one of these possible things. I mean, you can play the Jehovah's Witness game. You can play the three-seed of the Spirit Baptist game. All these are various things which you can play, just as you can take up a hobby for bridge or fishing or something like that. But what happens is, you see, that the notion that the material world is an illusion is turned into a judgment of value. If it's an illusion, therefore it's bad. I ought not to be under this illusion. Well, the reality of the matter is that if you see that the material world is an illusion, you can enjoy it a great deal better. And if you think it isn't. A true materialist, therefore, is one who knows that material is an illusion. Then he's not afraid of it. Then he can enter into the dance of material with real zest. Because you see, if you're a false and a fake materialist, what's happened? You borrowed money to buy yourself a Cadillac, an impressive house, a ranch style with a picture window and a patio and a swimming pool, and you bought a lot of stock, and you somehow wangled the money and borrowed it, and you keep lying awake nights wondering if you're going to make the payments. Well, there's no point in that at all. Well, how can you possibly enjoy all this jazz? That's the kind of jazz you want to enjoy. You've got to worry about whether you pay for it or not. And you get hopelessly involved, you get commitments here, commitments there, and finally you have a nervous breakdown and shoot yourself. The only way to enjoy material is to disbelieve in it, just as one can disbelieve in money. Then you can have zest for it, you see. Otherwise, it's much better to be poor. I mean, if you have no taste for this kind of life and no real interest in it, but feel that somehow you ought to have it for status, it's much better to stay poor. Not have any of that stuff at all. So, then this is the important thing I would say. Material is an illusion, but a great illusion. And the point is to swing it, and not to run away from it on the one hand, or to get stuck on it in the other. Then you can play with it. It's like a wheel going round. If the wheel is too loose on the axle, it wobbles all over the place. If it's too tight, it won't revolve. But you kind of slip loose, you see, to this thing. Not too loose, though. Now, in what way, then, is the material world an illusion? Well, we know a lot about this now from our physics. And we know that what we call solidity is force. Contained force. The agitation of particles or wavicles or whatever they are at such an immense speed that they become impenetrable to other agitations. So that when I put my foot on the floor, the reason it doesn't go through the floor is that the floor is coming into existence and going out of existence so rapidly that there is no interval through which my foot can penetrate. Like an airplane propeller, you can't put your head through it without getting it chopped off. Only that if it were going far faster still, it wouldn't even touch your off. It would just be like banging your head against a brick wall. And it has to be going fast too within an extraordinarily small and restricted space. The airplane propeller is whizzing around through a considerable space in relation to the size of the head. But if it were going much faster, but through much smaller spaces, you see, then it would be like banging your head against a brick wall. So what we've got in our so-called physical objective world is the behavior of energy where matter arises from it through its behavior in restricted spaces. Density is a quality of space rather than a quality of matter. You see what I mean? I gave the illustration of the airplane propeller to try and show that. So that all this is an electronic diagonal world, very similar to other creations of electronic patterns, the dance of forms on the TV screen, the rainbow, the aurora borealis. It's all fundamentally like that. Only we are of the same kind of jazz, you see. Our bodies are this dance too. And therefore, the physical world feels real to us. In other words, it feels solid. because we're something of the same kind. If we were on a different wavelength, we'd walk right through it. In the same way as radio waves come right through the house. They are of such a nature that they can penetrate the spaces, the interstices, or in some way jazz signals through. And we are on the same wavelength, you see, as the wall, and so don't go through it. But nevertheless, the whole cosmos is therefore a function of energy, or you could say of light, something like light, and therefore we and it are all diaphanous. Now, it's easier to see that if you live in a medium where things aren't so dense. And there's only one other creature as intelligent as man. And this lives in a medium that is less dense, and this is the dolphin. The dolphin is a mammal. And many millions of years ago, it seems that dolphins were living on the land. But they are very clever. And they decided that the land was no place to live. Because getting food was difficult, and you had to lug yourself around, and there were many, many bad shows about the land. It had very curious changes of temperature. It became unspeakably cold and unspeakably hot, and you had, in fact, to work. Well, no sensible person ever works. I never work, I get paid for playing. And everybody should do that. That's the mark of an educated man, is that eventually he gets a job where he's paid for playing. And a worker, or a proletarian, isn't necessarily a poor man. A poor man like, say, Sadie Morgenrath or Eric Barker around here, they're not proletarians. A proletarian is a person who is fettered to the process of work. That is to say, to doing chores every day that he really doesn't like and that aren't at least interesting in order to go on living. So the dolphins decided this is ridiculous, this land existence, and they went back to the water. And it's pretty easy to fish, you see. There are plenty of fish in the water and things to eat. As we know, the ocean is the greatest food supply in the world. And when they've eaten a few fish or whatever they need, they decided just to have a ball. So the dolphin can get abreast of a ship, get one of with the wings coming out on the side, can set its tail at an angle of 26 degrees, and be pushed along by the ship. And it's not going anywhere. There's no reason to go along there. As you know, so they had to get to another part of the sea. The sea is pretty much the same all through. But they're just going, boom, and they chatter and dance, and they're really highly civilized beings. And so, please don't anybody ever kill dolphins or be unkind to dolphins, because they're exemplary, high-minded creatures. And we shall soon discover this. As soon as we can set up communication with them, they will tell us all about it, and we will then invent a new style of civilization based on frolic. But you see, they dance in the mode of water. Now, human beings, as Feinberg has pointed out, as their civilization progresses, they begin to lose their roots. And they are less and less tied to the land. They go into the air. And what's going to happen as if man develops without blowing himself to bits, if he can get over the hurdle, you see, that dangerous point, is that gradually all roads are going to disappear. And the earth will have centers of human habitation, you see, but no roads. They'll be as obsolete as railroad tracks, because everybody will fly. And once the medium of air is much more fluid than the medium of water. And as we fly, you see, on the land, your values are all values of permanence, solidity, firmness, they're architectonic in the sense of our great stone structures, pyramids and things like that. But in the air and on the water, all values are fluid. And what you have to know to be a good airman is, of course, stars. Like whitebirds and other migrating birds migrate by the stars. Imagine. But once you start relating yourself to the stars, you realize that you're in a universe where directions are all relative. And you become a being capable of existing in non-solidity. And that's why Buckminster Fuller, believed that all techniques and really all culture came from the sea. The men who first learned to sail were the wise men. He has a fantastic idea that there were initiates, Greek priests who were ship's captains. And that although some of their humble seamen didn't know all the secrets, that these priests were the first people who knew that the world was round. And that is one entirely different theology, you see, than if you believe that the world is flat. And so from the priests of the ocean, landsmen learned how to use cranes, blocks and tackles, how to build, what a good house an overturned ship made. And so to this day, a cathedral has a nave as its central auditorium, nave from Latin navis, ship, showing the connections between ships and the first temples. And so Fuller goes on to say, now if you're a good architect, as the ancient architects learned from the ocean, first thing you should do when you get through architectural school is go and work in an airplane factory. And understand the beautiful thing that man has made in a fine, fine airplane, which is as great as a bird in some way, because it's the architecture of insecurity. And that really lives with insecurity. Well, let's have an intermission. So then I was talking to you this morning about the dynamics of energy, about the way in which we select vibrations, and about the basic principles of meditation as it is understood in yoga and in Buddhism and in Zen, as a press for bringing about mental quiet, which is not pure passivity, mental limpness, just as physical relaxation is not physical limpness, as if you were a wet rag over a clothesline. In the process of meditation, one is completely aware of all sensory inputs. You don't try to shut off your senses. And although it may be helpful, say, to begin in meditation by closing the eyes, in the Zen philosophy of meditation, you don't close your eyes. If you do, you're called a denizen of the dark cavern. You look at the floor in front of you about 4 feet, and you allow the light to play with your eyes without putting any names on these patterns of light and shade and color, just as you allow the sound waves in the air to play with your ears. But you don't put any name upon it. You allow yourself to be in a non-conceptual way. Now, the importance of this, the practical effect, although when you're in meditation, you're not concerned with practical effects. Practical effects accrue as a byproduct. Just as happiness, which cannot be pursued, is only a byproduct of being interested in something else. But the disease of civilization is that we confuse the world of symbols with the world of reality. As I said this morning, you all know what reality is. And it doesn't have to be explained to you. And if you try to define it, you become a professional philosopher, and you will eventually shrivel up and die. But you know what it is. It's this. So, we are in a very serious condition in the world today. We are trying to make as the goals of life the attainment of pleasures that really exist on paper only. And the chief example of this is lots of money. There are no limits to the amount of money you can make if you're sufficiently clever and sufficiently ruthless. You can go on and on and on. But there are very strict limits to the amount of beef you can eat at one meal, to the amount of girls you can give, to whom you can give adequate satisfaction, to the number of houses you can live in, to the amount of clothes you can wear. You can have, supposing you wore 3 suits a day, and you wanted to be different all the time, all right, there are 365 days of the year, multiply that by 3, and that's enough for anyone who dresses also. But that there is a real limit. And you would consider, if you were wearing a completely different suit for 1/3 of the day, and you never wore it again, after a while that would become a bit absurd. You might find a favorite suit, one that you felt suited you. What is a suit except something that suits you? And you would go back to it. And you would want that one again. Same with a woman. You find you've got a favorite one, and you want to go back to her and keep her around. See? And you have a house. You can have hundreds of houses if you're very rich, but you find you have a favorite one and you want to go back. So there are limits to what we can enjoy in a material, physical, real sense. Although I must say, when I say real, and I also join with that the word physical and material, the real world is not necessarily physical or material. The ideas that come out of the history of Western culture that we say physical or material, these are purely conceptual. You see, when somebody says, I'm a materialist, and I think there is nothing but material, see, and all the spiritual stuff is just fantasy. The idea of material is itself fantasy. These flowers are not material. Material is an idea, is a concept. These flowers, you can only understand by looking at them, see? We don't know what we see, the patterns of energy and the delight of them. But a person who says, well, this is just material, doesn't realize that he's some kind of a fantast. He's trying to say, he's trying to put his personality up against the spiritual people who say the real thing in life is beyond all these things that we see and hear. There is a happy land far, far away. There is some kind of a thing beyond all this. And that's a kind of one-upmanship. People in religion are the worst game players in the world. They're always trying to outface each other and say, well, you don't have quite the right conception. Even among the most orthodox confraternities, say Orthodox Catholic theologians, they're always trying to one-up each other. Say, yes, you believe that your explanation of the doctrine of the Trinity is very correct, but there are certain subtle respects in which you haven't quite got the point. And they go round and round and round on this forever. Because it's not really religion at all, it's a form of personal contest. Because everybody in the world almost is challenging someone else to say, you're not real, are you? You're not really sincere. You don't actually mean what you say. Do you love me? Do you really love me? Prove it. I don't think you can. Everybody's so everybody's frightened. Everybody's guilty. And everybody else knows how to exploit everybody else's fear and guilt. And emotions like guilt are absolutely useless. Because they always frustrate their own objective. Guilt is supposed to make you good. But it's like alcoholism. The more alcoholic feels about his dependence on alcohol, the more he drinks. The same with jealousy. If I'm jealous of the girl I love, terribly jealous, and won't allow her to have any other men, she hates me all the more for being jealous of her. I can't keep a girl by being jealous of her. And she can't keep me by being jealous of her.
Tony the big tuna.
So all those emotions deny
Let's
themselves.
cut property taxes. Spend 25% right now.
We have to see that all these games of spiritual one-upmanship, we have to see through them. Every guru, spiritual teacher, comes on like, he's got something that you don't have. More insight, more relaxation, more happiness, more oneness with God, whatever it may be. And this is the bait which catches you. Now, there are two kinds of gurus. One kind of guru really believes he's got the new map. He can do nothing for you except lead you into a bag. That's the ordinary minister who believes that he is a representative of the true and authentic religion, and that he is going to get you into the church, and he's going to get you hooked on the religion. So you're a religious addict. And so, of course, so long as you're a religion, so you're going to have to tithe your income, or whatever it is, to pay off the mortgage on the church buildings and to keep the clergy alive. That's why they want to get you hooked on. There's another kind of guru. He makes his living in an entirely different way. He wants to get rid of you. He's got some way of liberating you so that you can function on your own without having any guru at all, and without belonging to any religion. Because he treats his doctrine and his practice as medicine, not as diet. And eventually you take the medicine, you understand.
This is Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover wishing you health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, and strength. And meditating with Alan Watts.
So what happens is that this kind of guru, instead of having a permanent group of followers, has a big turnover. And he gets on all right. I'm just explaining the economics of spirituality. And there's another side to this, incidentally. Wherever a guru happens to liberate people instead of enslaving them, other people will want to do the same thing. That's all right. If you're a close type guru, with a, want people to stick around and pay the mortgage, you don't want any other gurus in competition with you. Because that's taking away the business. I had a very funny adventure in Thailand. I was wandering around a temple, and I was sort of looking, my gaze was cast downwards, and I suddenly came across a bookstall. And there was a book on the kind of meditation they do in Southern Buddhism. And I said, oh, I was just sort of talking out loud to myself, that must be Satipatthana. And the voice said, you practice Satipatthana? And I looked up, and there was a yellow-robed monk who spoke English, standing in charge of the bookstall. He's kind of red-eyed. And I looked at him and said, well, not exactly. I practice Zen. Or Zen, not Satipatthana. Well, I said, it's all kind of the same thing. It's like yoga. No, Satipatthana, not yoga. Now listen, I said, you Buddhists are supposed to be open-minded. And to believe that there are many, many ways of realization. No, Satipatthana only correct way. Well, I said, you're Roman Catholic. They say they have the only true way. I said, you know what you're like. You've got a ferry boat concession. A ferry boat concession to take a ferry across the river. And a few miles down the river, somebody else opens up a ferry boat. And you complain to the police and the government. Say, he shouldn't open up because he's in competition with me. Now, the truth of the matter is this. I'm talking still about the economics of spirituality. In London, there's a street called Harley Street, where every eminent physician and surgeon wants to have an office. This was years ago. And so Harley Street became completely full with physicians and surgeons. Well, you would say, naturally, they were all in competition with each other. But nothing of the kind happened. They all became equally prosperous. So that they had to open up Wimpole Street, which was the next street to Harley Street. And when they filled that up, they opened up Welbeck Street, which ran along next to it. And when they filled that up, they got Queen Anne Street, which ran parallel. And the whole area is nothing but physicians, surgeons, and dentists. And they're all fantastically prosperous because they've got the right address. See, once you got into Harley Street, you're there. So it's like you're a guru, and you set up in Sausalito or Big Sur or Hollywood, whatever, you're in the right place. And we can take any number. And the more we have, the more prosperous everybody will be. This is the economics of plenty. And it's all based, you see, if you really work it right, it's based on a big number. You don't try to capture people. You don't try to make them faithful to you. You don't want to tie them up. But you see, if you do that and you set them all free, you really get them going. That's what you're supposed to do. That's your job, to liberate. And then they're grateful and they send their friends to you. So, the craft of mysticism you see, I just want to be very frank with you, because after all, you paid to these seminars. And in India, it's
Go to
considered
ChicagoMaryville.com.
to ask for money for spiritual teaching. But that's a different culture from ours. In the United States, it would be immoral not to ask money. Because in the United States, people disrespect anything they get free. And they have to, as a token of their sincerity, just as, say, in India or in China, you have to give something else. You have to wait a long time. You have to be persistent in token of your sincerity. But in this country, the hang-up is money. So naturally, one asks for money. A person like myself only needs a relatively small amount of money. And so, if you make an awful lot of it by being a successful guru, you give the rest away. Or do something creative and imaginative. Allen Ginsberg has a foundation. He makes a great deal of money by being a crazy poet. And he gives all that he doesn't need to help other poets. So then, the point I'm making is this. Meditation, you are not trying to gain anything. To alter your state of mind from what it is now into some other state which you think it ought to be in. You are centering in where you are. But you see, the difficulty for us with this is that we do everything. We even eat, we play, we dance, under the fundamental assumption that all this is good for us. We go to concerts to improve our culture, to the theater, to the movie, in order to be able to say, we have become more educated. We have improved. And as a result of this kind of motivation, we don't really do those things at all. If you go to the concert to become more cultured, you are not really listening. So meditation, above all things, because it's got a slightly disciplinary flavor to it, a slightly religious flavor to it, is something that people use somehow to get ahead in the game of spiritual one-upmanship. And I get sick and tired of people who go and study Zen and come back and brag about the long hours of meditation they put in, how much their legs hurt, and what a great ordeal it was, and how good it was for them, and how you are kind of underling. See, I've had this put on for years, because I didn't go to Japan and didn't sit around in zendos, and worked it my own way. And they say, well, you're just a dilettante. See, you haven't suffered as much as we have. And you really ought to suffer. You ought to put up those long endurance tests. Now, the reason why in meditation one sits in a certain way, whether you sit like I'm sitting now, or whether you sit in the lotus posture, your legs become a little uncomfortable. And the reason for that is not self-punitive. It's merely that it helps you to stay awake. That's all. And if you were floated in a hot tub with supporters in a completely dark room, in one of the sensory deprivation chamber, you're very likely to go to sleep. But the point of meditation is to be wide awake, without, however, the intellectual chatter going on in the head. And so a posture which involves a very certain subordinate degree of discomfort keeps you awake. Actually, when you get used to sitting this way, I can sit this way without extreme discomfort for at least 40 minutes, even longer. And it becomes natural. But, as I explained, to be wide awake and aware of your total sensory input without confusing it with the symbolic world of words and concepts. experience you naked and directly without having in your head the concept of who you are as a role player, as a personality, as an ego. And this becomes, in due course, a very pleasant thing to do. So that meditation becomes not something that you put in so much time at, like you might put in time in a jail, but becomes a pleasure. Of course, from the point of view of our religion in the United States, that's almost sinful. Religion is supposed to be a pleasure, because it's supposed to be joining with Christ in suffering on the cross. No, there's enough inevitable suffering going on anyhow. You're going to die one of these days. Everybody encounters difficulties in their lives. You don't need to go out of your way to seek them. So now, there are two fundamental approaches to meditation. One, you see this morning, Charlotte was getting us to bounce on our heels and to stretch as tightly as we could to overcome gravity. And then after that, she said, see what happens when you don't do it. So one of the methods of meditation is to stretch as tightly as possible. To concentrate with your whole energy on a point. And to use the maximum amount of effort. You say in yoga there's an exercise called kumbha, which is a way of breathing, which is... It's a kind of force. Holding the breath as long and as tightly as you can. That was like the stretching we did. That's like those people who, say, in the Tendai temple up on Mount Hiei over Kyoto, who practice bowing. Thousands and thousands of bowings. They stand up, they kneel down and prostrate themselves on the floor, get up again, stand up, kneel down, prostrate them on the floor. And there are those Tibetan monks who do the Lungongpa, running through the mountain trails with enormous leaps. And they do like Nijinsky could do those leaps, where, you pause a little bit in the air and seem to overcome gravity and then drop again. And they go on and on, bouncing along a road. Or there are other pilgrims who prostrate themselves at every step, traveling a long journey. There are people who run the streets of Kyoto, 100 miles through the streets of Kyoto every day, at a jog trot. There are all kinds of things like that, where you work yourself to a limit and struggle. Because in doing that, you get a thing which runners call second wind. And second wind in running is where you are no longer running, but it runs you. Where, in other words, the ego energy in the running is displaced and the energy of the whole organism takes over. And that is all the energy of the whole universe. And you get second wind. So you get second wind in this fierce kind of meditation. Alternatively, there's another way in. And in this way is a kind of so-called easy way. And one uses it for a different type of personality. There are certain people who must have the difficult way because they don't know they exist unless they're sitting on a spike. And those kind of people who don't believe they're real unless they hurt have to follow the difficult way. But there is a subtle way, which is the Taoistic approach, wherein instead of trying to master and dominate your body-mind, you let go of it. And you let it do whatever it wants to do. Let's suppose, for the sake of example for a moment, you just close your eyes and allow your eardrums to respond to any sound going on. There are no proper sounds or improper sounds. You may feel free to shift, shuffle, cough, sneeze as you will. Don't try to identify, locate, or name the sounds that you hear. Just let the rippling air play with your eardrum. And as you hear the sound of my voice coming across to you, listen to what I have to say simply as tones. Your brain will take care of understanding. You don't try to understand. In other words, allow your ears to hear anything they want to hear. And to assist you in this, keep your tongues relaxed in the lower jaw. Listening to every sound in the whole field of their vibrations, as you would listen to music, as you would listen to Bach or Ravi Shankar, without trying to see any meaning in it. There is no hurry. This is what there is. Well, now, of course, one can do that through all the senses, not just the ears, but the body feeling, skin contact, breath, sense of smell, taste, and also, of course, the eyes. It's more difficult to do it with the eyes, because our culture, as Marshall McLuhan has pointed out, is excessively visual. And because of the Gutenberg galaxy, because of making sense out of print and the enormous valuation placed on literacy, we've overbalanced one sense, which is the visual sense. When we say to somebody, you smell, that's uncomplimentary. We should say, of course, correctly, you stink, if we mean you have a bad smell. But everything connected with smell is repressed. And therefore, because we still continue to smell, it is an unconscious sense through which we relate to each other in ways that we don't know. You take an instinctive liking to someone because you like the smell, but you don't know that. You take an instinctive dislike to someone because you don't like the smell, but you don't know that. All sorts of things, all sorts of messages are passed through the nose, but we're not aware of them. We don't have an adequate vocabulary of smell. Only 3 adjectives in English are associated with smell uniquely: acrid, pungent, fragrant. All the others are associated with borrowed from other senses. Think how many adjectives we have for vision, for sound, for taste. Although taste, of course, is inseparable from smell. So, the second way of meditation, which I was demonstrating to you, allowing your ears to hear whatever they want to hear. In the same way, you allow your breath to breathe any way it wants to breathe. You allow your muscle skin feeling, the sense of touch, to feel any way it wants to feel. You allow your eyes to see anything they want to see. And finally, you allow your mind to think anything it wants to think. Let it go. This is the relaxed way. The other way is the tense way. They come to the same conclusion. You go around this way, take the right-hand path and go there, take the left-hand path and go there. I'm not going to evaluate between one and the other. It's up to the individual. But the way Charlotte and I have been interested in for a long time is the way which is natural, which doesn't force things, and which lets the organism, with its own inner sense of what is correct, do it by itself. So, if you will let your mind, alone, you don't try to concentrate it, you don't try to discipline it, you merely let it do whatever it wants to do. Whatever thoughts want to flow through your head, let them flow. Don't try either to get with them and make something of it, and don't try to stop them. Just let them go. Besides, who are you as distinct from your thoughts, as distinct from your visual, auditory, tactile, olfactory sensations? Who might intervene and say, you do otherwise? Because when we get that terrific split between our experience, our feelings, our sensations, on the one hand, and on the other, something called the experiencer, the control agent who has and who directs all these things, there's the root of our trouble. Because we are confusing ourselves with an image of ourselves. And under those circumstances, we define the living organism as a material object. The body, which corrupts, and which is somehow antithetical to spirit. Not realizing that the idea of the body as something antithetical to spirit is purely a conception. This is not a conception. And as we see it now from the standpoint of 20th century quantum physics, it's a shimmering phenomenon of electrical energy. It's a light show. This isn't what we used to think of as physical at all. You know, block, chunky stuff. It's a zizzing dance. It's like fire. That's the meaning of the Buddhist figure Fudo. This guy with a sword in one hand and a rope in the other, with a fierce face and flames all around. Fudo means immovable. He is showing you everything is fire. It's like I said this morning, a flame. It seems to be a flame. A flame, a thing that sticks in one position. So Fudo, this flaming god, with a sword, which cuts off all entanglements, and the rope. I don't know what the rope's for. Maybe just for wiggling. He cuts loose our conceptions so that we can see this all too solid flesh dissolve. Now, if everybody's comfortable, we can get started. I've announced that this seminar is to be about the cosmic network. And therefore, we've got to spend the first evening understanding something about the nature of networks. Because in order to get the principle of a network across, I have to convey to you an idea which is extremely simple, but which is difficult to grasp only because we're not used to it. We are used to thinking as Westerners, as having a certain kind of language, and therefore a certain kind of logic that goes with it. We're used to thinking of the world in terms of the game of billiards. In other words, we are still thinking about our psychology, our bodies, and their relationship to the outside world in terms of what would scientifically be called Newtonian mechanics. And Newtonian mechanics has a very long history because it goes back to some of the atomic theories that people like Democritus, who were among the great pre-Socratic philosophers of ancient Greece. And so we may as well begin with a little bit about the history of the idea of an atom, because this has always fascinated people. What is the world fundamentally? What is all this? Well, one way of finding out is to take a knife and chop something in two, so you can see what's inside it. What is an apple inside? What is a seed inside? What is a human body inside? And then you find that when you chop a thing in two, you've got two pieces, but the cutting reveals that it has a structure inside. And the structure is composed of what we call organs or parts. And then in turn, in order to inquire into them, we take them and we chop them apart. And in our curiosity to find out how it's made, in just the same way that a child will take a toy to pieces, we chop and chop and chop until we've got bits so small that they're the same width as the edge of the knife. And they can't be cut anymore unless we can find a finer knife. And so when we get down to that bit beyond which there is no bitter, it is called in Greek atomos, which means the first letter A means non, tomos, cuttable. And so the word atom means that smallest particle of the world which can't be cut into any smaller particle. That's the original idea of atomism. So then it went further than that to the notion that the world was built in the same sort of way that a house could be built of bricks or stones. The world is seen therefore as a composite of fundamental particles. Then what remained to be discovered was the laws governing the relationship between these particles. And so naturally one thought of them as little balls. Why balls? Because balls are hard to cut. If you take a ball bearing and hit at it with a sword, it's allowed to jump right off to one side. A cube will certainly be cut. It's very difficult to get at. It's a very strong form of nature. So people have always tended to consider atoms as balls, especially atoms of liquid. There was a notion, you see, that the atoms of the element of earth were cubes, because cubes all sit together rather firmly. Liquid, which when you put under a glue, that was balls. Fire was made of, if I remember rightly, pyramids. Air, I can't remember what air was made of. And what their atoms were shaped like. Maybe sausages or something like that, because air is pretty difficult to get at too. But they had some ideas. But fundamentally, what has influenced Western thought, and still influences Western thought, is the idea of an atom as some sort of fundamental little planetary system. And so these things come into relationship with each other, and they bang each other around.
Half of our fucking oil and shit is on me. Let me be there fucking later. I get billions of dollars for it, and I get a place in fucking Mar-a-Lago and get to go hang out with Daddy Trump. And that's all they're doing. And they're probably communicating through Pakistan with somebody like that. But then the rest of the fucking, hardliners are like, fuck this shit. They just keep shooting rockets, and nobody's able to fucking control this place. So it's like a mini civil war going on in the country, probably.
So why does the ceasefire and the agreed-upon deal not look more in favor for the
Did you not just hear what I said?
No, I didn't.
There's like a mini civil war, and they're communicating with multiple people, and those multiple people are trying to broker a fucking ceasefire deal and a peace deal between Trump and then the other people who are hardliners, Muslim extremists that are like, no, fuck this, we're gonna die fighting, and then those people who are different fucking bases are still launching rockets. That's all that's going on. You say the Mosaic Defense Force that being built isn't 100% cohesive as you still have these rogue sections that are... Ayatollah, so what the Mossad and CIA both stated is that the Ayatollah had said a couple months ago, back in like January, he said, if I die, give them hell and just fucking die and fight to the last person. But the reality is, if you take a fucking 1,000 IRGC guys who are part of the brass, you're going to have a couple of those guys that are going to be like, I don't really know if I want to die. Like, I'm not really all with all this fucking, martyrdom shit. I'm the leader, and those are probably the people they're communicating with. And Trump's probably fucking, in communication with them, contact with them, saying, what the fuck's going on? I thought we had a ceasefire, and they're going, well, we do have a ceasefire, and I want to work out the ceasefire, but we got these fucking idiots that we got to fucking work with, and unfortunately, they're still firing rockets. So... that's plausible. It's the most plausible. I think it's going on. I would say it's the most plausible thing, but it's plausible. I think that they're going to continue this shit, and eventually Trump's probably going to knock out the power grid. And then they're going to send them back to the Stone Age. Yeah, the reports I've been reading and people I've been listening to is that they plan for this. They've got stockpiles of fucking resources stocked up, water, things like that. They can survive a pretty long time, and the way that they spread out their power plants and electrical grid, it's going to be, it's very spread out amongst that country. They don't have just one, central linear system. It's a vast parallel system to make it as hard as possible. Even if we're able to go in and destroy that, they've got enough resources stocked up in these mountains and shit underground to last them for months and months and months. Yeah. I told you this was a bad idea. I told you we should have listened. Well, that faggot said, go back to him. Somebody kicked him. Okay. I was really thinking of bad words there. I told you. I told you. Okay. Have a serious conversation, bro. I mean, we're having this log here, man, so we want to contribute something seriously more welcome. But if you just want to come play around, bro, just find another one fish. So I think just now, Financial Times, which is the UK-based media, they put out a news saying that the White House actually pushed Pakistan to broker the temporary ceasefire with Iran. So it didn't come from the Iranians, it's coming from the White House. And this actually gels with what we saw yesterday, which was when the Pakistani Prime Minister put out the tweet. I think he forgot, he just copy-pasted what he got from the White House. And afterwards he edited, his message and then took out the part which says something like, copy for Pakistan Prime Minister or something like that. So there was now that is getting confirmed by the media saying that the ceasefire proposal came from the US side. So again, let's reiterate this. So Trump has always, since the start of the conflict, and has done outreach. That's nothing new. They're not reporting anything on it new or anything elaborate on that. But I'm telling you, when Iran saw and knew that the third carrier was there, as well as some other air assets that, I don't think people understand what a carrier can do. One can do. Two is pretty fucking formidable. Three is annihilation. That's not something you want to see in your back pond. There's no nation in the world that wants 3 carriers parked off of it. Nowhere, especially a tiny nation like Iran. And then you had B-52s, which their payload alone is enough to make realization quick. Now, Trump has always said he was willing to do that. He said from the beginning, there's reports on there that Pakistan was trying to broker deals and that he was willing to talk to whoever's in charge that wants to do and agree to the terms that he set forth. And it's not that big a surprising thing. So hats off to an author making a fucking giant leap off of nowhere. And then to sit there and say, hey, we're going to capitulate to that, that's where Iran said, hey, you know what, we're going to do this. We're not going to attack U.S. assets, whatever they're doing right now. So if Iran is not attacking the U.S. right now, then it's not a buckling. I would say it's a pause, but I would just necessarily watch the military websites and see what's happening in terms of that region. Now, if Trump turns around and pulls out the carrier groups, then I guess you could say, yeah, he waffled on it. But the fact that he reinforced it with a third carrier tells me that there's a lot more commitment on it, because you just don't move them around the globe like that. The U.S. does not play with those kind of things that way. It's used for a lot of balancing, and we do keep them in specific theaters. So taking 3 off the board globally and putting them around Iran, it means that there's a very high level of commitment to that. Yeah, but Brad, who the fuck are you? You talk like you have some type of naval experience, and you understand how the Navy functions. You're some rando on fucking Clubhouse, you know? Right. Maybe besides looking balls and guzzling semen, I think Brad has a little bit of experience. Just a tad. I'm gonna say you've been doing a lot of that with Rico and diabetes and keto for the last week. That's because
as the rubber rolls in, every note like water on the quiet of my skin. I'm drifting with the tides, losing track of time in this hot bath evening. You're the temple in my mind. Bracelet on the faucet, gold catching drops. Laundry on the doorknob slowly flops and rocks. Street noise fading under every turn you sing. My heartbeat follows each delicate swing. I sink a little deeper as the rug rolls in. Every note like water on the quiet of my skin. I'm drifting with the tones, losing track of time in this hot bath evening. You're the temple in my mind. Breathe all the harsh words melt in the curve of your melody. I forgive myself. I sink a little deeper as the rug rolls in. Every note like water on the quiet of my skin. I'm drifting with the tones, losing track of time in this hot bath evening. You're the temple in my mind. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9.
Here we are, you clown.
Hold for 10
You don't must stop
seconds.
with English.
Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Take the deepest breath of
This is John Kitover. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. Help, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, and strength. Like this video, share, and subscribe to listening to my pseudo AI music from the John Kitover Band.
USA, USA, USA.
Hello?
Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, Lord God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin, king and master of the universe. Now Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, USA, just as long joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, king and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world, America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin, king and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, king and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world, America, America, America. USA, USA, USA. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword.
420. My mayoral executive decree. By mayoral executive decree, I will immediately reduce and refund property taxes by 25% day number 1. J number 2. The Maryland executive decree will immediately rip out every bike lane and bump out in Chicago and pay for free parking. All parking meters will also be ripped out and repaired. We will then sue the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority for fraud.
Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go. Strike the master, draw the flaming sword. President of the United States, King as an orange skin, King and Master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, not hell. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go. Strike the master chord. Toward the flaming sword.
They issued the Maryland executive decree will immediately rip out every bike lane and bump out in Chicago and repay for free parking. All parking meters will also be ripped out and repaired. We will then sue the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority for fraud. The Maryland executive decree will immediately reduce property taxes by 25%.
Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, Lord God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, King and Master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world, America.
But now the executive immediately instruct all Chicago police captains and precincts to police and patrol all CTA trailers and enforce the law. Homeless, trans, crime, food, peace, cigs, and now.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go.
Hello.
The master chord. Draw the flaming
The Maryland Executive Field immediately instruct all Chicago police captains and precincts to police and patrol all CTA trailers and enforce the law. Homeless, trans, crime, food, peace, cigs, and now. The Maryland Executive Field immediately rip out every bike lane and bump out in Chicago and repay for free parking. All parking meters will also be ripped out and repaired. We will then sue the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority for fraud. Also ripped out and repaired. We will then sue the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority for fraud. By mayoral executive decree, I will immediately reduce property taxes by 25%. Pin. Pin! Pin it! Day 1, day 2, day 3. Day 3, day 2, day 1. The mayoral executive decree, I will immediately reduce property taxes by 25%. Oh my God. By mayoral executive decree, I will immediately rip out every bike lane and bump out in Chicago, repay for free parking. All parking meters will also be ripped out and repaid. We will then sue the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority for fraud. By mayoral executive decree, will immediately instruct all Chicago police captains and precincts to police and patrol all CTA trade lines and enforce the law. Homeless, trains, crime, poop, peace, cigs, and now. Day 1, day 2, day 3, baby.
I sink a little deeper as the dark goes in. Every note
Shouldn't feel like that.
For our top story tonight, Chicago's new mayor. John Kitover, Libertarian candidate for Chicago mayor. Chicago, I'm John Kitover.
Good evening on his first
Donald
full day in
Trump,
office.
President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin.
Evening, friends and neighbors.
King and master
When we talk about the soul of this city, we begin with faith.
Donald Trump,
I believe in
President
God.
of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, Lord God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. Justice, Lord God. Joy, abundance, and heaven. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world, America. America, America, USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, America, America. USA, USA, USA. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword.
You're on a toll, fake news. You've been on a tollway authority for so long. How did you let it get this way? How was the college bar? Did you get laid? Anything fake is your credentials. Fake news? Fake news? You get laid. Did you get laid at the college bar? censoring you as politicians?
Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world.
How is censoring you as politicians, aka in Britain?
Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, Lord God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America.
Right now, so we need about every bike lane bump out and Scotty pay for free parking. All parking rules also be with that new place. And eventually the Abu Dhabi investment bank will fall. Somebody don't go on bicycles.
Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord, draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, America, America. USA, USA, USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold. Let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds.
I am it.
Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11,
Day number 2.
10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds.
What's this?
Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump.
I am.
Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the magic chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, King and Master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world, America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, King and Master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world, America, America, America. USA, USA, USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hand and orange king and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master, draw the flaming sword. President of the United States, clean hands and orange skin, King and Master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, love, health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, King and Master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, 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 USA, 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 justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Let me go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, King and Master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, 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 USA, 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 justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, King and Master of the universe, and Trump, President of the world, America, 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 USA, 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 justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, King and Master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, 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 USA, 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 justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, freedom, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Let it go, 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 go. Strike the master chord. Draw Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, Lord God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, USA, USA. Justice, Lord God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, America, America. USA, USA, USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. Strike the master sword. Draw, draw the flaming sword. King money, de my bones. Steam on my skin, fall on the floor. Old cracked tires shine in the glow of that one didn't know. And a voice I knew. I sink a little deeper as the rock goes in. Every note like water on the quiet of my skin. I'm drifting with the tides, losing track of time in this hard bath evening. You're the temple in my sink a little deeper as the rock grows in. Every note like water on the quiet of my skin. I'm drifting with the tones, but sounds I can barely say, yet they carve my heart like clay. God of wisdom and light, open the crown of my mind. Let the letters ignite. Write your glory into mine. Golden black in a book of flame. Every branch is a burning flame. I taste. Every step is a dying thought. Every silence a word. Write your glory into Write your glory into white chalk on the floor. Old names in a circle of scars. Copper in my tongue. Eyes turn to an ashen star. Pages breathing slow.
Yo, that's fine. Yo, that's fine.
White chalk on the floor, all names in a circle of scars, copper on my tongue, eyes turn to an ashen star, pages breathing smoke, lips bruised blue on my skin. You asked who I serve. I whisper, let them in. Ancient agents of crowns made of rust and fire. Kneel to the blood-warm throne of power, where the quiet hearts conspire. Ancient agents of waiting at your serpent's breath.
Go, and he got rid of people for their, guess what? Their political affiliation. That one's kind of weird.
Hey, Brad, I just want to say I'm not a knuckle dragger. I'm off finesse. So you know.
You're still a knuckle dragger. Your balls dragging he's like mine, dude.
Hello, moderators. This is Alistair.
And going from
Put me in the queue, thank you.
Going from Marines to Army, how's your transition going? Has it been hard becoming a male? Like, to hear more on that.
I mean, so one of the things is you have a lot of people in the Army who are from the Marine Corps because the Marine Corps downsized. And this information is Googleable because I was in 2010. So from 2010 to 2014, the Marine Corps went from 212,000 to 180,000. Now at that time, I was a 19-year-old. I didn't know, but my drill instructors would always be like, "Hey, y'all boys gonna have to work a little harder. We downsizing." Because at that point, the invasion campaign was over. You gotta remember, the Marines are for offensive. They can't hold a country, right? Only the Army can do that. So the Marines aren't typically used for occupation. They're used for like offensive. So what happens is the Marine Corps packed up their tank division. They packed up a lot of their infantry and combat arms, or artillery. And that's why I'm artillery now. And you actually get a lot of people from the Marine Corps that come over into the Army because the Marine Corps is so much harder to stand. And I would ask you this, right? We all know somebody who did time in the Marine Corps, but rarely do we know anybody who actually retired in the Marine Corps. But I'm pretty sure some people in here need two hands to count on how many people they know that retired in the Army. So a lot of times what you realize is, I can get paid. First off, in the Marine Corps, you get paid as the same people in the Army, and it's easier to do 20 years. So why don't you just take that route?
Well, because you're gonna find a lot of black women in your route that are gonna lay landmines in your way and say, "Get up that hill, soldier, and take that position so I can get my silver star, baby." And so what I'm trying to say is that when Hegseth terminates a female,
Because in a normal communication, like a conference call, she starts screaming and says, "You will respect me, soldier!" That type of person, you know, who abuses the group with her noise trolling that do exist in the military, and even wear wigs, let alone men that dress as women. It's not the clown army, it's the army of the republic, and it's God's army. And God's army is exacting. And the shenanigans.
Imagine being under Patty, John.
Everyone here can make their own determination of who communicates like a gentleman. If you a piece of trash from the gutter and you rose up in the ranks because you were intelligent, or you were brave, or you worked hard, or you were just part of the jobs program, it really don't matter, baby. Because when push comes to shove, you gotta get up that hill, that mountain with that rucksack and that 50 caliber machine gun, baby. It don't matter about no BLM, no LGBTQDEI, or any other acronym, or Democrat, or Republican, or Libertarian, or American. The point is, if you gotta put on her rucksack to do that 20-mile march to get to your objective, well, we've already failed because we lack intelligence. Unfortunately, all conversations ultimately end.
He's cracking himself up.
All conversations, as you know, it's no. Listen, you guys have all had. You guys, at this point, everyone here has had an infinite amount of conversations on this app, and there's only two topics as Americans. Essentially, when we boil it all down, it comes down to women. And what's the other thing, ladies and gentlemen? Hello?
Jews. Black. It's women, Jews, blacks, and yeah, it's not in that order though. Religion. White. Usually blacks are like second. Race, religion, and politics. Chillism. Ugh. It's the obedience we really need to watch out for. Wait, hold on. Dominic had something to say about the LGBT. Go ahead, Dominic. Or Dominica. Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Sassy fag.
Nah, I was asking what that accent was that he was doing. It was crazy.
It's a black accent, man. It's a black woman accent. Yeah, Aleister Crowley's black. He identifies as a black woman.
I'm just saying, when I was running up that hill and that female major was on her golf cart screaming, "Run, soldier, faster, soldier, up that hill, soldier!" I said to myself, wait a minute, I'm gonna go die for her? In Afghanistan? On a mountain? Or in an aqueduct? I'm gonna go die for her on a golf cart? Living her best life in southern Arizona? At Fort Huachuca? On some house off a base? And she restricted my leave to go to San Diego to get married and go start a family on leave for 4th of July because I got a B on a test? Oh my God! Ladies! Please, ladies! Anyways, the war has already been lost, America. We've been thoroughly invaded. We've been thoroughly indebted. We've been thoroughly gutted. This pig has been gutted, eaten, and there's nothing left but bones. Every city's broke. Every city's woke. Hello?
Don't start with that word woke. Motherfucker's gonna come off mic. Every city's broke. Every city's woke. That's bars right there, man.
White people really ruin that word. It's so sad to see.
Every city broke. Every city woke.
Yo, are you an actor? Like that was actually good. Like
It's John Kitover, Dominic. Jesus Christ, figure it out, bro. Yeah, put some spec on it, Dominic. Holy shit, Congressman John Kitover. Put some spec on it. Congressional candidate, sorry. That didn't work out well.
oh, so he was reading.
That's all off the top of the dome. He ran for Congress in Chicago.
Oh, word.
You don't know John Kitover? The guy that records all the rooms?
And the
They're
voters
being
ran
recorded
from
right
him.
now. Othello's being recorded.
And the voters ran from him.
I hope you donated money, Othello.
an APAC.
If you donated just 1 penny in Illinois, then it all becomes public record, even if so it's just 1 penny, and you have to report your true information. If not, it's actually a violation of the law.
I'm gonna donate so we can get some new Fruit of the Looms and stop wearing them shitty everywhere.
Rabboni Shalom, thank you very
Why are you
well.
watching his underwear, bro?
Listen, the fact that we have
You
Hegseth,
always talk about that, him in his underwear and his yoga pose.
I can't get that image out my head.
it don't matter. Baby, the point is, Hegseth is in charge of the Pentagon, not some fucking white wizard named Othello. Hello? Come on, Othello.
Can this nigga shut up? Like, Galaxy, why? Shut up. I'm not talking Jewish.
Hello?
Galaxy. Like, this Alaska nigga is so fucking aggy. Like, somebody really needs to slap him. Like, who birthed you?
No, but real talk, okay, who are the two biggest trolls, right, on Clubhouse? These two Jews.
Galaxy is a Jew.
Yeah, I ain't Jewish.
Yeah, John's not even Jewish. His dad's Jewish.
My mom ain't Jewish. My daddy is a Jew. My mama
That's why
is
they say
going.
he's not a Jew. You're only Jewish if your mom's Jewish. His dad's Jewish.
And my dad's a converted Christian, and he loves Trump. So Rabboni
Yeah, he's a
Shalom.
messy Jew.
See, real Americans love Trump because Trump is strength, and strength
Jesus.
is the joy of the law. And when he said the other day that the apocalypse is now and that he's going to rain down God's hellfire on their heads, see, that was right before the big breakthrough in negotiations and peace. But as everyone here has said, it's all bullshit because war never stops. It's just day to day, hour to hour, minute to minute, and then your wife calls the police department and accuses you of battery, and you got to go to lockup for the night and get a lawyer. And then she lawyers up, and you got a divorce decree. Anyways, my point is, the law is a motherfucker. And the fact is, when you violate the law, that's when you get fucked the worst. And so, all those people in Gaza that died, the 60,000, maybe 100,000 people in Gaza that died in the war. What I'm trying to say is, ladies and gentlemen, I was at the dentist after October 7th. And I said, my Jewish dentist, I said, God, those poor people in Gaza, they're so fucked, they're going to have J-dams dropped on their heads. He says, what's a J-dam? I said, that's a bunker buster, baby. A bunker buster.
The church was still escalating anti.
Now, everybody was just all upset about all the, almost 2,000 people that died during the attack at the Supernova Festival. I don't know if you've ever been to a concert and like hundreds of people ran up it and started shooting at you when you were at the concert, but that's gotta suck, right? It's gotta suck.
Sig, are you proud of Stinny?
What?
She ran an anti-Jewish room.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, she's crashing out on the Jews.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, exercising her freedom of speech.
BB doxed her, bro.
Oh, you're talking about that? Oh, that wasn't her.
Yeah, it was really big.
Yeah, she was asleep. Unfortunately, she caused trees.
You know what I just don't understand is how does the FBI, how is like the persona of the organization just cover up? Like, keep it clean. Don't let the credibility of America, fall into the toilet. Because they're scrubbers. They're with the sheriffs, they're with the PD for all of this bullshit. Like, I'm particularly talking about the Vegas terrorist attack at Mandalay Bay. Now, if you actually think that the official story is the real story, you're delusional. And 9/11 too. That to me is the one thing. Two planes can't bring down 3 skyscrapers. At WTC 11, I mean, I saw videos of the exterior. It looked pretty beat up. But for it to literally do a controlled demolition in 8 seconds, like, that's a controlled demolition. No, it did just fall from some furniture fire and debris degenerate. No, that was a controlled demolition. So if you know that, well, obviously, what does the CIA do every year with $60 billion? What do those employees work on?
Said the FBI is coming to arrest you. Is that true?
No. I know the head of the FBI in Chicago. I interviewed with him. His name
He
is-
works for the CIA?
Bro, dude, sorry for leaving, but I was just in a fucking room, and there's an Uncle Ruckus impersonator. Bro, I was fucking all over the fucking room. This dude had me dying.
Nyongos. Shut up, Nyongos.
Bro, he went into like...
Ruckus with the crazy eyes.
Yeah, he went into like one of those crib rooms where it's nothing but cribs. And he's like, the problem with you niggas is the fact that y'all don't know. And I'm just like...
No, Steppy, you gotta say it right. It's not niggers. It's Nyongos. Nyongos. It's crazy niggas. Nyongos. Uncle Ruckus. Nobody. Bunch of monkey ass Nyongos. Even all the white man's there. Don't trust them new niggas over there. Oh my God! Have you ever seen the white lady who's the producer of that show? And she said she was talking to one of the voice actors, and he's like, "You could say it." And she said by the time they got done filming it, she said the N word like 500 times. Everybody was just totally cool. That's crazy. An old white lady, dude. She's like 56 years old. That sounds fake, actually.
I got one for you to say, dude. I had a platoon sergeant that fucking, he would always act like Uncle Ruckus. Always, dude. And my fucking XO came in, and he was like, I support this. I'm like, what the fuck?
I know.
I thought that character is that's brilliant.
You know, you come up with interesting topics in the masculinity dimension, but I don't know, have you talked about Cesar Chavez and the sex allegations against him at his mind control mountain union retreat? It's something you have to discuss.
Like that, John.
Yeah, we did that last week, John.
You already talked about Cesar?
Yeah, last week you missed it, bro. Sorry.
Damn it.
Fuck, don't even talk about that.
Well, the article, what was interesting in it was the mind control, because Scientology does the same type of mind control, where it's actually like a clubhouse room, where they let other people roast you and verbally abuse you, and you scream out profanities and all that. So this app actually is an advancement in mind control technology or group communication. I am complete. Hello?
Rich, you hear that? You are a professional now.
Oh yeah. Oh, another good character from Boondocks. I think his name was Sneak McGeeter, the old dude with the blind old dude.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. But yeah, no. I was all for fucking tears in that room, dude. Like this guy was just like roasting these motherfuckers. I'm like, goddamn, get it, Uncle Ruckus.
So what are the African Americans going to do that are now terminated or demoted, or they're putting in their retirement papers? Are they going to form some kind of post-terminated employee union to sue the Pentagon? Are they going to look for redress from their congressperson or senator, or file a complaint with the Civil Rights Division of the United States military?
Black robes and just scream out the N-word with your voice.
They're just ETS out and fuck no. They're just ETS out and find grab a contractor's job, dude, or do what they want to do. Like, just saying.
They'll probably be compensated in some way. But Steppy, seriously, you should go into those black rooms and just get on stage and start calling everybody the N-word. And then wait for them to call you a racist white cookie cracker. I genuinely would. I don't know.
Yeah, waste your life screaming in these rooms.
Like, yo, I'm half milk, bro. I'm like half milk, man. I'm like fucking chocolate milk, just a little thinned out.
I honestly didn't believe when you said you were half black. I was like, no fucking way.
Like butterscotch Stumpy.
Yes, sir.
He sounds like a 5'6", short, chubby, bald white guy. Doesn't he?
No, right. It was
Like a 5'6", chubby, short, black, white, or the short, chubby, white, bald guy. You know, driving a semi truck, and then you're like, oh, Stumpy's 6'5" and 230 and half black, and you're like, no, that doesn't match.
He lives with his parents.
I got a question. So do you think Trump told the Iranians, if we detect you doing anything at any of your nuclear sites that we deem to be trying to, extract, create, or work in any way on some type of nuclear weapon, we will immediately attack you? And if do you think he told them that?
Sig, would you believe that Samoa's 6'7" and 280? I didn't believe that either when I first heard it. Yeah, he did.
I say we should drop a care package off to the IRGC, glow in the dark butt plugs.
Dude, I found a butt plug on my front lawn the other day. I couldn't believe it. I picked it up with my little grip and put it in the bucket. It was a big one, too.
What, is your asshole that loose? You're dropping your butt plug?
John does have an LGBT flag in his room.
I do put earplugs in sometimes when I use Clubhouse, and actually when I take them out, my ear canals are bigger. So it's like, gaping your eardrums, It's like gaping eardrums. My schmeckle's so small, I could actually, F a girl in her ear. If I could gape the canal. That's what I'm trying to say. We can gape that canal. Many people don't consider the ear canal as a sensuous orifice. I just think it's beautiful. Sorry, Steppy, to interrupt your incredible conversation. Go ahead.
That's all right. Did you hear the IRGC has a new ballistic Bigfoot dildo launching missile?
Roger Dodger dildo in and out.
Well, fuck it, they got a tactical Bigfoot launcher, kicking out one yeti at a time.
I want to say I don't mind the Kia Stinger. Actually, looks pretty cool.
Right. So you're not the chosen person.
Dude, Rich, you didn't fucking go home to
You're not the chosen person. You're not the chosen person. You're not the chosen person.
Well, why? Do you think
you're not the chosen person?
Come on, listen to me. Do not engage. Do not engage. Do not engage. Do not engage.
El Normo is rude. He's arrogante. He has no manners.
He's not afraid right
and
now.
I would think that his rifle at the age of 112, he would have learned by now, but he doesn't. He doesn't. He comes on stage, and he butts in the conversation, and then he doesn't want to listen, and just like he's doing now. He can't control himself.
Why don't you
He has no control of himself. He has zero control over himself.
You want it? Come on, guys.
None.
He just challenged you. He said, why don't you beat up?
Zero. Wait,
what happened? We got a kill, guys. We got a kill.
Did you know what Elmo said? He said, why don't you meet up with me and we'll see how elder abuse is the thing, Mike. I don't want to get charged with the riots. You know what I'm saying? Like, elder abuse is the thing. I don't want to get
Why would you be so pathetic, bro?
Don't be afraid. I don't do that.
It's not about afraid, but like.
All right, we got a kill, and we got other people that's waiting to speak. All we gotta do is kill. Let's do the kill, man. Get back to this, please. One mic on Mr. Finley. Go ahead, Mr. Finley.
So, I was making a point.
The queue?
I was gonna make a quick point. I was really gonna make a quick point, but I just had to take a jab at Elmo because I don't like him. I really don't.
That might be your last one, so I hope you enjoy
He'd be a better person, but he just chooses not to. But in the event, I was gonna make a point. I think it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious that and he's still talking. He's still yammering. He can't help himself.
Somebody is hammering. Go ahead.
There you go.
Keep hammering, man.
All you're doing is promoting this.
Well, take all your time you want.
I don't.
Shut up, El Normo.
I'm a poor uneducated black man.
You're embarrassing the room. Shut up. Surprise.
Yeah, because it's what we do. El Normo is what we do.
Why
Mr. Finley. Go ahead.
All right, I was gonna get
concrete, and please feed your baby mamas.
Shut up, Eleanor Moore, and please leave. I will feed your daughters and wife in a minute. So I was gonna just make an observation about I like the interactions. It's hilarious between concrete and Lion. Oh my gosh.
Alright, that's my last one before I stop moving people. Let's get to the queue, man. Please. Go ahead.
I was just gonna make a comedic comment a couple comments about. I think it's hilarious when you can't give Lion no credit, and then King and Lion is just. I think that's hilarious. Y'all are very entertaining. I think it's hilarious. I know I love your brothers. But I was gonna say, Sugar Belly you're frustrated that the conversation always goes back to the like God, right? I know you don't believe in God. It's unfortunate, but it's your choice. But I am forced in conversations to listen to you, Nigeria, for 15,000 years.
Bro. I can just move you down, bro. You can't control yourself.
Of your hatred, it always goes back to your hatred of men, right? It always goes back to your hatred of men, and somehow men are evil and bad and terrible, right? And so I'm listening. So religious people are bad according to you, men are bad according to you, but that's just the nature of the conversation. But we endure it, right? We endure it. We don't complain, and we just battle your points. But you are screaming about like the Abrahamic faiths and the conversation around the Abrahamic faith. I think that's crazy. Now I think that an intellect such as yourself would be able to do that, but apparently not. That's it.
Alright, one mic on concrete.
All right.
I was at the concrete because he said he was gonna talk shit.
No, you wasn't.
I said it. That's the rules. Then I'm after you.
I ain't called.
Then I'm after you.
Why you after me? It's normal.
That's the rules, nigga.
All right.
So Lion changed the conversation. The original conversation, not the light skin remix, was of all the human motivations, which one is the most prominent, which is the most I would say predictive of your underlying motivations, right? Your underlying motivations. And so we got religion up there, obviously, right? Your adherence to your religious tenets. One of those being, especially for the Christians, to love thy neighbor as you love yourself. Not that complicated. I like certain things, so I should treat other people with the way that I like to be treated. Love your neighbors, you love yourself. So there's other motivations, which is selfishness, what I want, right?
Can I go next?
No, we've got a queue. You got to get the end of the queue, brother. What I want, food, clothing, shelter, hoes, riches, leisure time, and those are the, I think King put it best, those are the selfish motivations or self-centered motivations, right? So there's one, so we could say there's your family, there's yourself, there's your community, there's your God, right? And the tenets. And I say that the primary motivating factor in most people's lives is their own personal desires, right? Their personal desires for self-actualization, attainment, so on and so forth. And along the lines, there are religious considerations, right? And so Lion said, no, he disagreed. He says, no, primary consideration is religion.
Don't say he's still on bicycle. But Morel, I will immediately rip out every bike lane and pump out and show replays with record. All partners will also be reported safe. We've done through the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority for
borne out by statistics. And we could just easily look at like what the world will look like
if we had followed the religious tenets, let's just say of Christianity, right? And I think there's like 2 billion people who adhere to Christianity.
Immediately,
Roughly
all
about, right, 2 billion.
police
If
for all
everybody who was a
CTA trained
Christian
and enforce the
were
law.
led by
Homeless,
Christianity,
trans, crime,
you'd have a lot of people being
poopy,
very
cigs, and
magnanimous, very altruistic, very charitable, very giving, very loving, right? But we don't see that. We don't live in that fucking world. Same thing with all the other religions, all right, that I can think of, the modern religions. Buddhism, you got Judaism, you got Confucianism, all of those religions, right? They tell you to be really, really good people, right? Even if it's just amongst your own crew. But in the holy land with the holy people, fucking we see all manner of deplorable wretchedness, right? In Lion's submission, where he tried to argue that he is led by his religious tenets, that nigga damn near shot everybody that was against him.
Mr. Trump, are you friends with Jeffrey or just...
Ruthlessly attacking innocent Sugar Belly, other people, all while trying to make his claim that religion and his religion are his number one motivator factor. When we could clearly see that man was own ego all the time. Not some of the time, all the fucking time. And you get glimpses of charity, glimpses of magnanimity, right? But that's not his typical person. Shout out to ASR. His person is demonic. Same thing for, I'm gonna just go ahead and say it. Holy ass Jacobus. Demon.
Against the odd man out, right? So yeah, I have lots more common denominators than with the Christian.
Yeah, because the Talmud, which is how you follow the Torah laws, are deep rooted in the Quran. So they have these like the morning. That's the strongest, to me, one of the strongest connections. That the soul sleep. And that's Talmudic right there. That's pure.
Isn't soul sleep just philosophical?
I'm telling you, when they wake up in the morning, what is your first prayer?
Oh, thank God, a rabbi's here. Rabbi, he keeps saying soul sleep is Talmudic.
When you wake up in the morning and you thank God for waking up, right? Your first prayer in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in. So the Muslims do that too.
That's probably not an uncommon. Probably not an uncommon thing.
Where did they learn that?
It's very common in the Vedics too.
Yeah, I mean that's like sort of makes sense, right? You wake up, you feel gratitude, wake up, right? Like that's not.
Phoenix is dead, bro. Look at Phoenix. Mental masturbation.
Well, I want to thank Megatron for putting together another Bible and Quran House room because this title is a zinger. I think it's like saying OnlyFans. It's the all or nothing of all religious exclusions, and they demand special treatment. Otherwise, they say it's Islamophobia. And the truth is, when you see a video of a 35-year-old man walking around with an 8-year-old by the hand in El Paso, Texas, coming out of a Quran, and that's his sex toy, well, FBI Cash Patel should probably enforce some laws just in the same way that they enforce laws at these...
Shut the heck up. You got anti-Semitism rolling off of your tongue. Every now and then for every little word it's anti-Semitic. What are you talking about?
They're constantly trying to get me in trouble with the Muslims all the time. That's all they do. They come in here. They know I don't like talking about Aisha. The first thing they bring up is Aisha. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to leave.
Don't
I
you
leave the
know?
Muslim room. I leave the
Russia is a little boy, according to Megatron.
Yes.
According to Megatron's historical analysis, the great historian Emmett Sass, Megatron Prime, has the conclusion has come to the conclusion that Aisha is a little boy. Wow, I would love that paper to come out and for you to challenge your little thesis.
I don't have any historical evidence to back it up, so it's just anecdotal.
Anecdotal.
Well, I had to leave a Muslim room today because they started saying the prophet was illiterate and he didn't know how to write or he didn't know how to read. Keep insulting. I said, if you keep insulting the prophet, I'm gonna leave. And they said, oh, he's mocking. I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna leave. And I left. They kept saying, oh, you didn't know how to read.
American, and his father was Hawaiian, like Islander. So he kind of like brings together both of those conceptuals, but he's also like grew up in like capitalistic America.
They teach you to be all with one with animals. Since we're
Footsteps in the staircase, helmets full of light, but the gaze is cold and bare. They speak in broken sign, words like hammers on my bones. Promise me a kingdom built from shattered oaths and thrones. Agents of war, crowns made of rust and fire, kneel to the blood-warm throne of power, where the quiet hearts conspire. Agents of war, weighing edges sharp as if I open my chest to you, will you make them unaware? Take my pose, count each sin.
He never fears the tiger
Carve your
because there seems to be no place to sink his claws. She never fears weapons because there seems to be no place for steel and trade. This is the fulfilled person who never fears the tiger because there seems to be no place to sink his claws. God isn't for you, Lenny.
Agents of crowns made of rust and fire, kneel to the blood-warm throne of power, where the quiet hearts conspire. Agents of war, weighing edges sharp as brass. of our minds. Touch me and time grows lighter. Touch me and fear explodes. Turns to fading, showing what we already know. Beside, hear the river in your blood. Know the truth is you, more than flesh, more than blood. Every question, every heartbeat breaking through. All the names you gave to in the wires in the rain, all in the spaces in your name. Every spark that pulled us through was a secret pointing you to you. Beside, hear the river in your blood. Know the truth is you, more than flesh, more than blood. Every question, every heartbeat breaking through. All the names you gave to read through 1,000 pages, ink on my trembling hands, chasing an older language, calling it wisdom of man. Under the noise I'm making, under the steel and smoke, somewhere a voice awakens, softer than any word I spoke. Beside, hear the river in your blood.